Welcome to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 265. It's the boys. Jacob, how you doing, buddy?
I'm tired. I've just been building a bed all day. One of those. It's supposed to take 30 minutes to build, and that was a lie. But I've got
Bro.
tons. These last couple of weeks have been a nightmare. For example, I've been on the phone to the insurance companies for about 3 actual days. Is how long I've calculated all of like the phone calls and their lengths. Was about 60 hours. I've been on phones just to the insurance companies, let alone anyone else.
Imagine if this was medical insurance in the U.S. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'd rather. I'll just do what you guys do and just die. Honestly.
Well, it is easier and cheaper than medical debt. That's all I'm saying, right? But we've got UTVC 3687 asking the real question, guys. What is the hardness of your nozzle today?
For my own safety, I'm not going to answer that. That's a rosy question.
I'm kind of upset that we didn't use some like dirty variant of that for the title of this video, because maybe we will. Title subject to change.
Did we end up making the alternative thumbnail?
I didn't get one, so no.
Damn. Oh, that would make a great.
It is in the description.
The second part of the topic.
It is in the description. So the main topics today are going to be about Index and its launch. Suffice to say,
it's a bit scuffed.
I was gonna say, what happens when rockets explode? What do they call that?
RUDs, rapid unscheduled disassembly.
I know, but there's another term. Anyways, that and the fact that Jacob's car and laptop were stolen, but his car was stolen twice.
Yeah, my car's been stolen twice. Unfortunately, I haven't even told you this. You know, all of my like nice worldly possessions that I've collected, like when I was in Sweden with you or in China.
Yeah,
they're all gone. All of them.
Where were they?
They were in my backpack. So you know that lovely notebook, the first notebook that I've actually been using?
Yes.
And I cannot find a place. It's gone.
That we got in China.
That, honestly, one of the saddest things. But yeah, for anyone watching, Jacob lore dropped, and I don't want to be part of my own lore, thank you. It's not been a good experience.
No.
And we'll cover that, because it's time that I can actually talk about it, because the investigation is coming to a close.
Well, good or bad, I'm here for it either way.
It'll make a great story.
It will make a great story. If you're just tuning in, leave a like, get subscribed, check out the sponsors, links below. I don't know about our filament stuff this week, because the official renaming of Printed Solid to Prusa USA happened. So unfortunately, just to be on the safe side, we're going to skip the filament giveaway this week while I confirm all of that with Prusa USA staff. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. But go check out the sponsors still.
Yep.
We're gonna leave Printed Solid in there just because for right now, but you know, it's on me for not confirming it.
Oh yeah, and if anyone from Linus Tech Tips is watching right now, I have the world's biggest endorsement of your products coming up in my segment later, and you will find out why.
I'll make sure to clip it.
Hopefully after the stream, it will be time coded.
I legitimately have no idea what he's talking about. So, Directed Tech is asking if there's any backlash from the Index build yet. Nothing that I've heard, but we also didn't really expect anything. It's open source right now. So, open source is this weekend. It's happening right now. All of Prusa's there, including like the people that I directly was talking about in that video. So I'm not exactly expecting it. I think if there is any backlash, it's going to be something that's not as noticeable. Like, we won't be on the first list of people to get things and yada yada. So love it or hate it, it's just the way that it is. Part of having integrity is understanding that these kind of things will happen from time to time, and companies can choose the high road or they can choose the low road. It's up to them. And unfortunately,
and sometimes it could be anywhere in the middle. It could be anywhere.
And then the worst part is, it's like, I feel bad because, like, there's more index problems. There's more issues that we've shown with Prusa. And it's like, these aren't related, right? They're not related, but they're going to look related. And it's a little frustrating.
Relates them. The customer sees a collaboration and they assume one problem from one side might be the problem from the other side and vice versa. And that's not to absolve either of sins.
Right. Like,
but when they all come together, it makes a launch scuffed. And the last thing you want is a scuffed launch.
Oh yeah, no, you absolutely don't want that. And you know, I would personally argue that my stream was some of the most valuable feedback that Prusa could have ever had, because we found a critical error in their farm G code, but it's only existing for some of the parts. So like 4 of our dock mounts, perfectly fine, no issues at all. The other 4, broken. Now, one of them broke later on. It's not fully broken, it still kind of works. Oh, you have a co-host.
This is Molly.
Hello, Molly.
Say hi, Molly. She said nothing.
Yep, no. It's a lady of many words, but yeah. So we found some printing issues. Those have already been resolved, and that's like what I love about, because like, let's say we did a edited video, right? We'd have to build it, we'd have to film it, we'd have to edit it, we'd have to post it.
Yep.
At that point, you're 3 weeks down the road, right? To do it right, you're 3 weeks down the road, and so many more people have this problem. Doing
it's why I don't like embargoes when you give test machines, even if it's like not test machines, because officially the FE isn't a beta machine. It's just
limited edition production
an
machine.
Early limited edition production.
Yep.
And that means any feedback you get is critically important.
I agree. And like, I think there were some commenters that I think put it well, which is, why would you not want someone who is a friend of the company to be the person streaming it to provide the feedback? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Like, I could understand if it's like a hostile like channel, like one that is designed to be,
but they
like,
wouldn't have been on the list to get it for
any
free.
Product,
right?
But again, yeah, like you just wouldn't ship them one.
Yeah,
and if they bought it, well, you can't really control what they say then. And what is the embargo even over? It's like what, $1,800 for
less
an FE?
1,000. It was 1,000.
But yeah, like that is for most content creators a cost that they could just eat. So they could have just bought one.
I mean,
and got it, and then they don't have the embargo anyway. It just felt a bit like not even PR, like HR was just like, just send this out to everyone, and somebody else wrote it.
I think it was a bit from the marketing side of things. Unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, there's nothing that we can do about it. But I said, forget it. This isn't who we are. This isn't what we do. This isn't us. And I think that we had a good stream. Did I want it to take near on 18 hours? No. That was a lot of streaming in 3 days.
That was a lot of streaming.
It was a lot of streaming, dude. I was feeling it.
It was fun. I watched most of it. But it felt big.
It was a lot bigger than I expected it to be, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't fun. Like the build was exactly what I expected from Prusa, right? Everything was really easy to follow, even though I messed some things up. There were some times where I'm like, I don't need to do this, and just kept going. And turns out I didn't need to do it. Then there was the time that I'm like, you can do it this way, and no, you couldn't.
Honestly, I got scared every time I saw you move that printer while it's on that spool, because it was just everywhere. I was like, oh god, Grant's gonna drop the printer live on camera again.
You mean like it fell out of its packaging when I was unboxing it? Yeah.
Yep.
No, that was pretty good. Rexit with the $5 saying you're ready to be rescued from meh by Construct 3D's index printer. Did you just get a...
And guess what's happened?
I
did, because
pizza delivered?
I'm being mothered right now. There we go. Look at that. Hey. Roast potatoes, pork sizzle steak, and coleslaw. Because I'm an idiot and I've forgotten to eat today. And then Rosie found out I didn't really eat yesterday. And she said, there's no way in hell I'm doing a 3-hour live stream and then not eating because it'll be too late to eat. I can't fight it. She is right.
Just pretend you're in my time zone. It's fine. It's only noon. It's fine.
It's fine. It's the Making Sawsome stream now.
Yeah, of
We've
course.
talked about food, finally.
Adventure Printing says, at 3D Musketeers, have a Lazy Susan ready for the next build. Yeah. I have to do the one that Steve did. Steve's Lazy Susan is so nice. So he custom built it. He's using a big ball bearing. I think it's the same ball bearing from the R2 builders. But he inset his into a piece of MDF. So it's like...
I like that.
Like, just ever so slightly elevated off the table so it doesn't friggin' wobble.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah, that is such a good design. And when Steve's back from open source, I'm going to bother him for it. I don't have a wood CNC currently, but...
Really?
Yeah.
I swear you had one.
I did have one. I don't have one anymore.
What happened?
I sold it.
What happened to it? You sold it?
Yeah, I sold it.
But they're so handy to have.
They are handy to have. However, it takes up a lot of space, and we didn't use it.
That is true.
We didn't use it often enough. We used it so little that termites had eaten the table that it was on, the table that I built for it out of 2x4s, and I didn't know. When we went to sell it, I picked it up off the table, and the table just kind of crumbled. I told the seller, I said, well, you know how I told the buyer, I said, you know how I told you it would come with the table? I lied.
That is why, A, always use treated wood if you're doing wood, but B, for our table, we use metal legs, and we bought acetal, so Delvin sheeting for all of it.
That's
so we
expensive.
had like 2-inch thick Delvin. It was worth it because it's Delvin, we can machine into the Delvin. So I got the CNC to machine basically a pegboard directly into it. So it had smooth, like just bores for metal dowels to go in, and then it would thread every other one, so I could put bolts in them. All of them M6 bolts.
You're quiet. Everyone in the chat is yelling at you for being quiet. Put the mic closer.
Damn it! It's because I tried to do it to get rid of the aircon, but now I have to hold it like here. Hello, everyone.
Okay, now I have to turn you back down again.
Welcome to the Notepad stream. No, it's okay. It's okay. I can up it on my side, and then I can like hold it about here.
Yeah, the reason you got quiet is because you're eating and you had it away from your face.
I am an idiot. This is entirely my fault for not eating for 2 days almost. So, chat, feel free to blame me for that.
Yeah,
because I am an idiot.
Blame Jacob in the chat.
And apparently, when I said to Rosie a handful of M&Ms is good enough for me to survive the stream, she gave me this look of just, I don't want to say disgust, because it wasn't, but disappointment was definitely there. And I can't use my go-to excuse of it's intermittent fasting if it's for 2 days.
I mean, I guess that depends on how intermittent the fasting is, right?
Yeah, normally it's just for like breakfast. I intermittently skipped breakfast.
Yeah.
Not I intermittently forgot to eat for 2 days because I've been working and I've been run down and all of that.
Dude, that's been me. I know we're a little off topic at the moment, but I upped my medicine dose ever so. I went from 30 milligrams to 40 milligrams for my
Ooh.
antidepressant. It's not even stimulant. But apparently that was enough for when I'm now hyper stressed and like sleep deprived. I normally would binge eat. Now I just don't eat. I'm like, oh, this is great. This is awesome. I'm just, whatever. I'm not randomly craving garbage.
I mean, I've got to say, it's been great for the stress. Like, absolutely great. Like, stress is amazing at making me lose weight because I just forget to eat. And this last month has been some of the worst stress I think anyone can ever have. Like,
having your car stolen is absolutely a great way to be under a whack load of stress.
It would have been fine. The fact that it was more than my car, it's a full police investigation, it's not even burglary, it's grand larceny.
Bro, you're getting called out in the comments right now. Just sort of chat, just letting you know.
Oh, of course.
Babe, you've put on 7 pounds.
I'm here for it.
I thought that was a unit of currency in your country.
Well, I don't even know what pounds are because I use the metric system. Rosie does this all the time. It's like, I'm this way. I'm like, I have no idea what that means. Hey, Sarai, can you correct me for that?
God.
Yeah, I'm now 72 kilos and I've not been eating. So I'm like, yeah, this is the stress response.
That turns up. I'm here for it. I understand.
I mean, it's not the heaviest I've ever been. I was 80 kilos back in Sweden. I was 80 kilos then. But I blame my mother for that because she gave me cheese and I just demolished
I blame
cheese.
my mother because she gave me cheese.
She gave me cheese and crackers, but they run out at different rates, so I kept buying the other one until they ran out at the same time. It turns out they never run out at the same time.
No.
So I was just eating blocks of cheese constantly. And I love my cheese.
I understand. Okay, Grommet is what we're seeing in the chat. But yeah, Index has been interesting. So we found some weird bugs, specifically with the Prusa FE. If you had a Mark IV, one of the Mark variants, and upgraded to a Core 1, then upgraded to an FE, you're going to have a firmware problem. We don't know why it's occurring. But we have...
Is it like a board revision that's caused the issue?
We have multiple people in our Discord, multiple people in the Bondtech Discord, multiple people in the Prusa Discord, which I did forget to post this in. If someone could post this stream in the Prusa Discord, that'd be cool. Okay, thanks. They're having issues flashing their firmware. It instantly fails. And it'll run fine.
Does it fail and brick the printer, or does it fail and that's it?
There's nothing you can do. Like you can't flash it correctly.
But does it like fall back? Does it still work afterwards?
Not as Index, no.
Okay. In that case, off the top of my head, that's a checksum issue. So it's accepting a certain type of firmware, and something in that firmware isn't passing the initial download process. Normally it's a hardware problem. So there'll be like a piece of hardware is required on that revision of the motherboard to do these checksums for the outputs. And while it can be software like fixed, normally it's a checksum. Because if it's failing instantly, it's not that it's failed, it's refusing to do the update.
Like I'm at the point where if I didn't have to like do a bunch of filming with mine, I'd be tearing mine apart and sending parts to this fan to determine like, all right, what's the issue? Right?
Hachiro in the chat in changelog 6.6.2 fix support for older X-Buddy revisions with inverted pins. Checksum. It was checking everything that was in place to make sure it could do the firmware. It failed because those pins are inverted.
Nangano 3D said they went from a Mark 4S kit to a Core 1, didn't have any issues. So Chris Catlett was in there with me working on this with this particular fan in our Discord, $10 tier and higher. Said, we've tried a few things firmware wise, and he firmly believes it's a firmware upload step order. So,
That makes sense as well.
yeah, dude, I will say that was like the one thing that I was really, really worried about, because in terms of firmware, I don't really know anything, and I don't want to do anything live when it comes to firmware. But that actually worked perfectly. Okay, okay, so this is not something that's happening to everybody then, because M. Bezo is saying they had a Mark III S Plus, Mark IV, Core 1, no issues with firmware, but can't get the bed to level because of a noisy sensor.
Ah.
Now that could be electrical noise. I don't know. I haven't had that problem either, but I had a Prusa sent a new in-box Core 1 Plus, like fully assembled, ready to go, and they sent the Index kit, right? So this was the Index Founders Edition kit, and we had a new in-box Core 1 Plus. I still had to update the Core 1 Plus to the latest firmware, but once we had Index installed, I turned it on, and Bob's your auntie. It just worked, which was kind of cool. I was worried about that because earlier I had like a game-breaking problem that basically killed the stream for that day when some of the dock parts failed. And like,
well, that makes sense. Like, you'd have to replace them. You can't work without them.
Oh, well, unless you know the old
Did you
school
find a way?
Well, so what I ended up doing was getting some super glue and baking soda and just rebuilding the part. Yep. Right? The part that broke.
Honestly, that is a slept on, like, thing to do, is thicken your super glue with baking soda. Talc also works?
Yeah, talc works too, but talc is also, like, dangerous. This wasn't to thicken it. Baking soda instantly cures it. Just, like, instantly cures. And it turns it into some sort of weird concrete-like polymer that you can drill, you can tap, you can do whatever. And I spent like an hour trying to fix all of that. But then there was an issue with, like, there was hardware missing, but you could kind of use this hardware instead, but that wasn't really in the instructions. So some growing pains, but I feel like, at least from Prusa's side, that these growing pains shouldn't really exist. I can understand,
they're not critical and they're fixable, but that's the sort of stuff that you'd think would happen beforehand.
Lacking hardware, right? Simple. You go to the Pac-Man machines, right? We've seen them, and you just couple of buttons, boom, more hardware goes in. But I'm wondering how this wasn't caught.
Like the first few manual packs until they set everything up.
Yeah, like, and so, like, and I think we provided some great feedback. A lot of the cables look the same. They already have a label on these cables. Why can't we put on the other side of the label, which the label is for internal QR tracing? Since they're custom printed labels, because each label's unique, it doesn't matter per cable. Literally each sticker is unique. Why don't we also put what the cable is on the sticker? And
I mean, I think that's what I said as well in the stream, is having a fallback option in case systems fail is just good practice.
And that was one of those, like, I don't think anybody thought of that. I'll make sure it gets done. Like, you want to talk about valuable feedback? That right there is valuable feedback that you get from live streams. And could I have said, F this, I'm done, when we had the broken parts? We could have. But it was way more fun for me to do what Adventure Printing is calling the Index FME, Florida Man Edition glue and white powder.
Oh, no. Oh, no. The last time I was talking to a Florida man with glue and white powder, he ended up in jail.
I've never been in jail, so it wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
Yeah, wasn't me.
Jeff, you know it's you.
Yeah, and then the spool holders. Dude, the spool holders were such a pain in the butt. And I can sit here and say I didn't like to put them on, but I can also sit here and say I don't have a better place to put them, nor do I have a better solution. My solution is going to be putting an inbox on that machine so that they're all in a nice little beautiful pretty container and I don't have to worry about it. But I think
But you got it working though.
Oh yeah,
That's the main thing.
It's working. It's currently running a print right now. It failed its print yesterday, but that's not the machine's fault. I thought it was plugged into one of the smaller battery backups in the garage. Turned out it was not. And when the power blew during storms, the part failed with it. So it's not the machine. That's not the machine's fault. It's not the machine's fault. You know, when so far it's been good. Some little tuning stuff here and there. We're seeing some stringing, way less than most people are seeing, which is really funny because, like, Florida, you know, whatever. But I guess I expected this to be a more polished product when it came out, and I don't think it was adequately communicated that it wasn't as polished as people were hoping it to be, or that people want it to be, I guess, right?
And I think it's because Prusa has such a high level of, like, respect for attention to detail that when things don't have obvious, like, QC, and I would say, like, the labels, for example, is a QC thing. Like, having that backup, like, it doesn't take a genius to go with all the labels look the same, have it so you can read them once they've been emptied from the bag, or double check the strength of a part, because somebody internally should have built like 5 of them before they even shipped anything to see, are the instructions correct? Do the parts break? And fix it before they go out.
And they should have, and again, this is me sitting here with hindsight involved and, you know, not understanding what it takes and all of that. But if this was me, I would have random people in the company build these kits. Not only people that like I know can play a good devil's advocate, right? And there are people that I can name by name specifically who I would want to build these kits to find out. But I would also want it to go to like some random person in some random department. Like, give it to somebody in SMT who doesn't care about 3D printers, cares a lot about the circuit boards, and let them build it. And if they find problems, let's go ahead and look into it, right? And I feel like that just wasn't done here. And even though
that would have fixed a lot of the problems.
Well, like, even when there were delays, I'm sitting here like, okay, I can justify a delay if the end product justifies the delay. But it didn't. It didn't, in my opinion, justify the delay.
If you delay a product and then launch it and then it's bad, it's very hard to come back from that. If you delay a product and it's good, they're like, oh, the delay was worth it. If you don't delay a product and it's bad, they're like, they should have delayed, but they've now fixed it. Having a delay, then not really doing anything with that supposed delay, with not enough communication about why the delay was there in the first place, just leads to the question of why was it delayed if this was the outcome?
Like, what were people doing during this time? And if it was like, oh, we had to fix all these problems, okay, why weren't we working on this, you know, beforehand? Like, and I want to believe that there are a lot of teachable moments here, because there are, but it requires everybody involved to also see the teachable moments. And that is often what makes teachable moments difficult, is that not everybody sees those teachable moments. And I know a lot of you, whether you're business owners, you're hobbyists, whatever, you will look at this and say, oh, this was a teachable moment, and your manager, boss, whatever, will not see it as that, and it never becomes a teachable moment. And that's where all of this falls through.
Yep.
And hilariously, the biggest thing that causes the teachable moments not to be teachable, it's ego.
Exactly. It's either ego or pride. They don't want their pride to be hurt by being told they're wrong, or it's ego where they're too big to make a mistake.
I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that word in this state. John Stell, welcome to Basic Support. Thank you for your support to the channel. Do remember, if you want to come hang out with us after the show, we do a live hangout in the Patreon Discord, available at the $10 tier and higher here on YouTube, PayPal, Patreon. Links are down below. And Rex had said maybe we should be glad we did not get the pre-delay version. Maybe, right? I guess I expected, like, it's a Prusa launch, right? It's a Prusa launch. They're always a little rough, right? And I don't want them to be. I would say, like, the Core 1L was probably the best Prusa launch that we've had, and for the vast majority of people, it was a great machine. For people like me that run all their machines on UPSs and don't have very stable power grids, the launch of that machine was a pain in the ass because you wanted to love it, but it made you hate it from time to time. And that was a bit of an annoyance, you could say. This, though, felt like I'm back in the XL days. We didn't have to wait a year and a half to get it, but it kind of came out and felt as though it was missing the MSG, it was missing the salt, it was missing the seasoning that you would expect out of a product in this price class with the companies attached to it. Like, these aren't, like,
these are giants,
brand new startups.
The best from it.
And, like, to be clear, we love both of these companies. We have professionally worked with both of these companies. Bondtech has flown us out to Sweden to film with them, and we consider folks at Bondtech personal friends of ours.
Like, there is a reason Construct 3D's next printer is an index-centered printer. Yeah. And while I can't fully talk about the research that I'm doing, I can say with confidence it's still going to be an index-based printer. Like, that should at least settle some minds. If they're going like, oh, is it this or is it this? Like, there is nothing that I have seen yet in my own research, without going into NDA stuff, that breaks the trust that I have in them.
They could do better on their marketing. Their whole like communication thing, and we'll get into that in a little bit.
Can do a bit better. Like, even I can complain about poor PR management.
Yeah, we'll get into it in a bit. Adventure Printing did send 10 memberships. Thank you very much for getting 10 more people to see some behind-the-scenes content. Sloth Lord Luke, Brian Wolf, John S., Chris Lute, Corn Julio needs TP for his bunghole. The Jeff Hegsbach, Hyperbite, 3D Chill Dog, or 3D Chili Dog even, Barking Cauldron, and good old Boo Nope, I can't. You almost got me. You almost got me. That's a great name, by the way. You almost got me. You didn't get me. I stopped myself in time. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Adventure Printing, thank you for supporting the efforts. Chagall with the $20, a person who's actually been having some issues. We've been doing our best to help him out as well, saying, I really appreciated your stream, and while I didn't run into the same issues you did, it did feel good to watch. I think if we got pre-delay, the string issue would have been worse. Yeah, I mean, I had some stringing, but I can easily chalk that up to Florida. And, like, makes perfect sense, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because stringing from my side hasn't been an issue. I think it's mostly a settings in the slicer. It's very easy to get index working on, like, unoptimized settings because it is just a very well-built extruder.
Right.
But you do need to dial it in. And once you've dialed it in, it is fine. And I think that's it, is especially with the amount of people getting it and all of the other stuff that's going on, it's hard to determine, were you using Prusa, for example? Like, they might have gotten the pressure advance only for Prusa, and if you chose a different material, the stringing could be worse. And that, all of those little things are important for quality, and especially with a nozzle that is such low thermal mass.
Yes.
You need that level of testing to dial in the print settings. But I want to stress, with that being said, ignoring the fact it's low thermal mass and the geometry of the nozzle, there isn't actually that many like problems with stringing. I think it's just like poor retraction and
just like it's profile
like,
tuning, right?
Yeah, like not having a wipe setting, maybe. Like they might have just skipped one of like the very basic things that massively increases it. Like wipe, for example, is one of the biggest, easiest things you can add. Just cut your extrusion by 20% towards the end and just do a little before you move. And that could be it. It could be any of these little things, because what you're not seeing on the stringing is those little globs that build up in a diagonal on the strings, which is telling me it is just a bit of dirt residue on the nozzle. It could even be flow rate. Like, it could be that the motors are, like, expected extrusion amount is, like, 0.1% higher, so there's just a little bit of buildup that causes the stringing. And I don't think that's a hardware problem.
No.
I think that's just more of a software side.
I agree. I think it is more of a software side. I think Prusa isn't used to dealing with something with basically zero thermal mass, right? They're used to dealing with, blocks and hot ends that have, tons of thermal mass. The block for an E3D V6 weighs more than the entire index head, or the entire index hot end, right? And that includes the heatsink fins. It's one of those like things, and we've been to Prusa, like we saw testing, we've seen how many of these machines were there. There were not as many as I think we were all expecting, and I'm wondering if that was part of it, that there just really wasn't enough testing. And I mean, Prusa's chief marketing officer, right, the CMO, believes that this is a, early release, beta, whatever. It's not a final product. And I disagree with that. If it is that, then why was it marketed as a limited edition production machine? Right?
See, and that's where I feel like the marketing team and the development team and even like the PR team were not talking with each other. Because if your CMO is like, this is a beta unit, but also then the development team are like, yeah, we're shipping this out like 3 weeks before the final units, then it's not a developer unit. I can tell you that for free. And if then like the marketing team have put all these words in place that don't say it's a developer unit, then again, they weren't really communicating.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the problem. Is it's all well and good, like CMO turning around being like, can't do this, it's a testing machine, it's a beta machine, it's not fit for consumption. But then the marketing team put in their wordage, none of that there might be problems.
Right.
It's an internal problem now. It's not on the YouTuber to be embargoed. It's not on anything else. It is they need to talk. They need to have better internal communication with deadlines to know exactly, why are we launching this machine if half of our company thinks it's a beta when it isn't?
Well, and then, Prusa said it's a Bondtech product, but the box, the packaging on the box, it only says Bondtech like 3 times. It says
I'm sorry, I don't buy
like
that for 1 minute.
8 times.
Don't buy it for 1 minute.
Yeah, it is.
See, in the UK and in the EU, if you buy a product and it has somebody else's name on it, it's not their product, it's yours. You are the white labeler. It's like if which I am doing, I use Bondtech extruders in our construct too. If I have a problem with the extruder and a customer comes to me and is like, we have a problem with this extruder, I'm not going to turn around and say, it's a Bondtech problem, email them, because that's not their job.
No.
Their job isn't to find sub-manufacturers or component manufacturers. Their job is to go to the person who bought it and ask them what's wrong with their product.
Right.
And then I have to give a response with the knowledge and the detail that is befitting of the problem.
Your job to go to Bondtech, not the consumers, right? And like, we've had people that are getting ping-ponged back and forth between Prusa support, Bondtech support. It's like, no, guys, I understand that that's a Bondtech problem, but they bought it from Prusa. If they bought it from Bondtech, then it's a Bondtech problem. If they bought it from Prusa, it's a Prusa problem. I don't care what company is responsible. If that means you have to rope in someone from Bondtech to assist, then you do that. That is how customer support goes. You don't just pass the buck. And look, I understand for live chat and things like that, they might not have all the training that they need, and they might make assumptions. They might work off script, whatever. There are going to be those cases of, oh, okay, yeah, you know, they were rogue, right? But this is happening so much that it just kind of feels like everybody's pointing their fingers at each other when they should be doing the Michael Jackson. And if you want to make a change, you have to look at yourself first to make that change. That's the thing that I don't think that I just don't think has been happening here.
And it's that type of ping-ponging that just tells to me that they weren't ready to release it in the first place. Because if Prusa support are telling you it's a Bondtech problem, then they haven't done the testing themselves to know what the problem is or experience it. Correct. Or have like a playbook to explain how to fix it. If they're just sending you to their sub-supplier to determine what the problem is, it puts unnecessary load on Bondtech. Like, that is not something Bondtech should be dealing with. And I don't care how many people turn around and be like, oh, I'm a shill for Bondtech. It's not about that. Any supplier that supplies to a company and then that company sells a product, those suppliers are not the problem. Because you don't know if, say, the firmware is treating it slightly different. You don't know if Prusa has modified any parts. Like, every piece of componentry that I get, I modify in some way. Like, even the Bondtech LGX Pros that we're using in the C2 are not stock Pros. We buy them stock, we strip them down, and we replace bits. Because we've made a custom adapter, we've made a custom faceplate. We now have almost finished, it's almost finished the quality checking, a very low height filament sensor for those printers. So while I know what I've done to them, I don't expect a customer to know. So why would I then say it's a Bondtech problem if the extruder doesn't work, where I know I've made modifications to it? Even if it wasn't modified, why would I go off and say it's not our problem, it's our subcomponents? That's just trying to not take ownership of a problem. And as a company, you can't just be like, it's not my problem. It's like middle management. Like, if a middle manager gets yelled at, they always say it's the people underneath them. You can't do that.
No.
It's not how it works. It doesn't fly by me. I think it's very...
Passing the buck doesn't work here. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm aware that the Founders Editions were all sold through Bondtech. I am aware of that. But I think the vast majority of you aren't going to Bondtech for support. You're going to Prusa for support. And I feel like that's probably fair, right? I would say if you had an influx of, let's just say, 10% of the 1,000 kits that went out. Although there should have been 1,200. I don't know why in emails that I have with Prusa, they're saying 1,000. It should have been 1,200 that I'm aware of. But
could be overstock in case of shipping damage, maybe.
I don't know, man. I just work here. But let's say it's 10% of 1,000, 100 people. Bondtech doesn't have 100 employees. And that alone makes a 100 ticket system pretty much like you're climbing Mount Everest and you're 3 weeks old, right? It's just it's not compatible with success. So I understand some of that being passed off, but I think that we have the real solution here. Luke's Lab said it is his fault, so we can all just blame Luke. That's it.
There you go.
Thanks
Screw
for
you,
watching,
Luke.
everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you all later.
Roll the credits.
Roll credits. Wexter's in here, so of course that means the neighborhood's gone. But he said that I blame Bondtech for their lack of communication, some other stuff. Everything else I blame Prusa people. And you know what? That's pretty fair. Like,
yeah,
I think blaming Bondtech for the lack of communication as a whole is very fair, right? It's similarly...
and I kind of also want to play a bit of devil's advocate, where we don't entirely know, because of poor communication from both Prusa and Bondtech, why there were delays in the first place.
Right.
And that brings us neatly on to like the second part of this problem, which is the hardened nozzles.
Or
like, was the lack of
thereof.
communication because they're trying to find a solution, or was the lack of communication because they're trying to fix other things and they weren't able to put people to try and find a solution because Bondtech's not that big?
So my overall theory here, and remember, the nozzles also went up in price like 50%. Okay.
Yeah.
So the latest dev kits that are available from Bondtech, they're like 50% more expensive. And up until literally 2 days ago, they were all being sold as hardened, when it was well known to people within Bondtech that they weren't, in fact, hardened in the sense that we as a community accept the word hardened.
I was just going to say that, because to
they
an engineer like me, they
hardened,
are hardened,
but they're not.
They are hardened, but they're not
what
we as a community would classify as hardened.
These are low T nozzles, okay? We need some high T nozzles over here. These are, you know, we need to get on what might be illegal in this state, but gender affirming care. We got to inject some test into these nozzles. And my joke was always, well, why don't they just show us how to unlock the heating system in Index, and then we just dip our own nozzles into oil and harden them ourselves?
Yeah.
There's no reason that wouldn't work.
It would work, but it would also not work. It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
I want to do it. I want to do it so
like, the
bad.
theory works, but so I was actually going to get onto this later, but I might as well do it now. One of the problems that I was keeping an eye on, then when I haven't tried the hardened nozzles yet, I've only tried the regulars.
Well, there aren't hardened nozzles.
Well, shut up. You know what I mean. Was that the harder you tend to make a material, the less magnetically permissible it becomes. So it becomes harder to inductively heat. So they could have had, yes.
I didn't know that.
So if you have like a very high hardness, like steel, it becomes harder to heat up because it takes longer. They're basically inside of the crystal structure. You are affecting the magnetic poles and you need them to switch, and that switching creates the thermal energy. And what ends up happening is the harder you make it, those poles become stickier until they don't change at all. And you can get around it by adding more power, so you can affect them more to get the same level. But the harder you make something, generally, the less permissible it is for inductive heating. You need more power to do it. And we already know the induction coils in Index aren't especially strong. They're not 100-watt coils.
No, they're like 40
watts.
But they're more than capable of turning nozzles cherry red, which Bondtech themselves have confirmed before that, no, there are safety measures in there, because if there weren't, they would turn nozzles. But I also, like, as a maker...
But now that brings on a second thing. Cherry red doesn't mean rate of heating. It means maximum temperature.
Mm-hmm.
And if Bondtech are aiming for like 4-second warm-up times or 6-second warm-up times, and they have a triple hardness nozzle, that could maybe be 10 to 15 seconds. And that could be one of the caveats. And
But
I want to just point out,
we
I
don't
do not
know.
accept 30 Rockwell hardeners as hardened nozzles. I want to say that. Like, they will last a bit longer, and you generally shouldn't see any problems with
No, I feel like
glass fiber, but probably carbon fiber you would. And it is a manufacturing challenge because they are trying to do something insane, which is ultra thin wall machining with press fitting on a hardened material. And the harder a material gets, the more likely it is to shatter when it gets that thin. So they normally get hardened after the fact. And we don't even know if one of the issues that caused the delay, actually, hell, now I'm thinking about it, this could actually be a legitimate thing.
this
What
is where
happens if their hardening machine breaks and then they can't harden nozzle, so they have to buy in pre-hardened steel, tool steel, like
could
maybe
be
4040 or 4140, and then use that instead and hope it's good enough because the replacement machine might be years away. Like, all of these are problems that you wouldn't necessarily advertise as problems.
Well, I think it's
And
I think for the size of Bondtech, it's totally understandable to like share what's going on. You're not going to be seen as like, some, you know, I don't know, small time company. Nobody expects you to run like 1,000-person company. But it would be nice if, like, okay, we have a 4-week delay, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever it is. Why? Why? Let us know. Because, like, I feel like this community is a lot more understanding of delays if they understand why. If you don't tell them why, they start assuming. And this nozzle issue is direct, obvious proof of this
yep,
because instantly when this came out, the community immediately went into Bondtech's being malicious. They got their pitchforks like they were looking for something with a pitchfork. I agree that this is not okay, but immediately assuming malice is also not okay. And it's
yeah,
why,
like,
like,
there's nothing in this that screams to me that this is like a malicious bait and switch. This seems to me like an engineering problem with not enough engineers to find a manufacturing solution for the
right,
goals that they wanted. Because I remember speaking to them when they were still doing their initial development. And they never intended to use anything other than the same like hardness rating as their volcano nozzles. Like, those nozzles are hard. I think they're like 65, maybe even 68 on the Rockwell scale, which is good. Like, it's harder than most like abrasive, like resistant
yep,
nozzles because it's vanadium tool steel and it's treated and it's hardened. And they were gonna do something like that with that goal in mind of the never were like, you don't have to worry about nozzle wear as much as like other hardened steel nozzles on the third party market. Something has obviously happened internally that has either meant they were unable to manufacture. And now bear in mind, Bondtech put inserts in their nozzles. So the blades are a separate part.
they're
They're not
brass, by the
one
way.
machined part. Not for the hardened nozzles. They're vanadium steel.
In the index, they're brass. Yep,
I'm going to pretend you didn't say that and move on to the next thing
yep,
because that's a very interesting decision.
yep.
But like, in their volcano nozzles, the tip and the blades are vanadium tool steel and they get inserted in. The last time I checked, that they were intending to use the same vanadium inserts for the blades and the tip, so they could just push them together and it's fine. The fact they're brass is an interesting
I don't know if that's something to do with the
change.
inductive side of things, that it had to be a non, like, ferrous metal for the inductive side. Again,
It shouldn't be.
dude, I'm too stupid to know either way, so I couldn't tell you. I think Luke probably hit the nail on the head here that he believes that there was an internal breakdown between what happened in manufacturing versus what was communicated outwards. And I would think that every single problem, every single problem that we have seen from Prusa and from Bondtech, and I'm not even saying just on Index, I'm saying in general, immediately in my mind goes to a communication breakdown in some level. Because, like, look,
I
we
don't think it's
love these
communication breakdown.
companies, but yeah,
I think Prusa's side is a communication breakdown entirely.
Okay.
But I think Bondtech's side, if there was a delay on Bondtech's side, and they started marketing them as hardened nozzles because that was their original goal, and then something meant they couldn't achieve that, and the delay was because of that, I could see it as firefighting. Like scrambling to find the minimum acceptable solution so they don't have to keep delaying the biggest 3D printing manufacturer in Europe anymore.
Maybe.
And I could see there being such external pressure of like I could see Slavko just right now, like machining these nozzles and then realizing after doing a batch, like, shit, they don't work. It's not working. And then everyone's doing their little huddle meeting of what the hell are we going to do because our plan did not work. And then you've got all of this external pressure from Prusa not wanting a delayed machine. I could see not corners being cut, but that panicked, we got to do something now,
Ship it,
and
right?
a bit, yeah,
but
ship it and fix it in post.
Why? But and so Bondtech, so unofficially, you know, Olaf put it in the Discord, so like we can share it. Bondtech will be solving this issue. They have not discussed how, but they will be solving it. We are expecting a press release to come out either this weekend, and considering it's end of day Sunday for Bondtech in Sweden, not expecting it today, but I'm expecting it first thing in the morning Monday.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. Those people, like, dude, I got pinged close to a dozen times. Like, oh, you need to go after him. You need to do this. I'm like, one, you don't tell me what to do. And two, we're going to do the exact same thing we do with every company. We're going to reach out to them. So 9:15 a.m. local Bondtech time, Monday morning. If I don't see a press release by then, I'm sending out an email to get an official response. Because this is something we have to talk about in Print Fix Friday, and it is something that we have to discuss as creators because people might not know. And this is again where the communication issue comes in. If you are at all interested in Index and you are not in the Bondtech Discord, you are missing information that you need. And that's not good. Real quick, RMR Rifles upgraded members only Discord. Shoot me an email, youtube@3dmusketeers.com, and as soon as the show is over, we will get you into the Discord. I also don't know why you would RMR cut a rifle, but hey, you do you,
You
fam.
do you, boo.
Yeah. John S says I can ask Prusa today. Look, I'm not even certain Prusa knew about this. I'm almost.
And you know what? I'm with you on that because I don't think
they
Prusa even knew what they were doing about their side from the communication that has already gone out. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was just a communication breakdown across everything. Like, these things happen. We're kind of lucky as both creators and hobbyists that we can see a lot more of the internal structure than most other industries. So what I can say is I have no doubt that the guys at Bondtech will make this right.
Yes. And
could their communication be done better?
Whatever Bondtech does, whether they're going to offer money back, they're going to offer to figure out how to get hardened nozzles and ship them out to everybody. Whatever Bondtech does, assuming it does actually right a wrong here, I can't even remotely begin to describe the amount of financial and operational pain that this is going to cause. If they offer refunds, you have massive financial problems. If you say, we're going to ship out hardened nozzles that are actually hard to everybody that ordered actually hardened nozzles, you now have a financial and operational problem, because now you have, on
But
average,
it is less of a financial problem.
Maybe.
So shipping out 3 units only costs the manufacturing cost, not the retail value.
Fair.
Refunding units is the retail value you have to refund. So as a company, say I sold 100 bolts for £1 each, and then I refund them, I get £100 back. But the company who made them, they make them as 0.001 pence each.
Fair.
They'd rather ship out new than return. And then you have to also, in most countries, you have to pay for the return shipping. I'm not sure that's an American thing because you guys hate each other over there. But like a lot of European countries, if you are recalling a product because it was incorrectly like labeled, that's on the company to also return.
Yeah, it is.
That's not on the customer.
I don't know if it's legally on the company, but it is morally on the company. And Luke is I feel like Luke should just be, we should have just had him on this episode, and I didn't even think about to ask him. I think Luke might have hit the nail on the head. It's super easy for the engineers to say, we didn't get it as hard as we wanted, but it's still being processed as XYZ for hardening. And the marketing nerds go, oop, I still heard marketing. We good.
Yeah.
I think of so many times in my career where these miscommunications have happened, where the true engineering impact wasn't understood by the non-technical staff, and that replacements are likely far cheaper than refunds. I agree. But if you are already behind, you've got a problem. You've got a problem if you're already behind. And now you have to do 8,000 more products.
But it does depend on what type of the delay was. Like, if the delay was caused by the nozzles, not that big a problem. If the delay was caused by other things, now you've got 2 problems. And you never want more than one big problem at once. And that does change the math a bit.
Luke says that they know about being behind. He was machining till 2 a.m. in the smoke again. I will say my Pika shipped. I got my shipping confirmation, and hilariously, like we were talking about it in the Discord, and I guess Luke had thought that I said mine shipped, and he's like, "Oh, dude, I'm so happy." I'm like, "No, mine hasn't shipped yet." And like 3 days later, it shipped. I'm surprised there wasn't like 18 photos and a video with like my address on it and him taking it to like the post office to be, you know, to be funny all about it. But yeah, I understand that Luke gets it, right? I understand that Luke gets it, and Luke's you know, more or less a one-man band, right? He's, even when you compare Luke to Bondtech was like, what, 40 people maybe when we saw them? And I would assume they're probably like 80 to 90 right now. I think that's where Bondtech will sit. Bondtech added a whackload of machines, and I think we all can agree that finding good, skilled labor can be complicated.
It's not easy.
And
it's really, like, you can find a machine operator quite easy, but you cannot find a good machine operator easy. Because there is a difference. One of them will run what you give them and, like, make sure the machine's clean, and they will repair the tools correctly and all of this, but they won't diagnose a problem. Like, if they see a problem like high failure rates on a part, they won't think about how to solve that. They will just make sure the machine is doing its job with a higher failure rate. Very big difference. And one of them, it gets you scale, which is the cheap one. The other one fixes the problem in the long run, which might not be what Bondtech were hiring for. Because, and honestly, some of their engineers are already mad geniuses. If you get too many of them together, you end up with like skunkworks, and then you don't make any money.
Dude, you've got Andy running the SLS stuff like absolute mad lad. You've got Slavko on various different mills. And like for those that haven't ran like a 5-axis, a Swiss, and a bunch of other machines, going from one machine to the other when they're not the same brand or the same controller variant is a pain in the ass. And you have to have a lot of skill to be able to do this. Then you've got, you've got Nerman on the testing side and the engineering side and the whole like packaging and shipping. And dude, they've got some dream teams of people there. It is when you have to rapidly expand is when things start to fall apart. But I want to position this differently. If Bondtech came out on Monday and said, you know what? We effed up. You're right. We effed up. We're sorry. We are going to make it right. Every single person that ordered a nozzle that was listed as hardened will get a hardened nozzle from us that meets the specs that the industry, says is hardened at no cost to them. I will call it a glowing win. Because not only are you getting what you paid for, you now have an entire set of 4 to 8 spare nozzles. They're not hardened, but you've got spares. And they're really, really, I would say, objectively, some of the easiest tools to replace that I've ever had to deal with.
Yep.
Like, I would
say
in
that theory,
is an
they wouldn't even
win.
need to replace all of the nozzles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they only need to replace the metal parts. Like, they could make a custom, like, just, like, card paper box and put the nozzle bit in.
Yep.
And you can just pop out the U-ring on the current ones and just swap them out. You don't need to go to the effort of reprinting all the SLS parts. Is it a bit scummy? Maybe. Is it a faster solution to reduce like logistical impact and therefore you can get more done?
The SLS
probably.
The SLS is faster. The SLS will be.
I don't know anymore.
I think.
I don't think so.
I think it will.
Have you seen how many machines they've got?
Sure, but
That's a lot of throughput.
See, the thing is, the SLS is already done, right? The design is already done. They don't have to figure out how to do the SLS. They have to figure out how to machine the proper steel now because they haven't been doing it. So they have to figure all that out. While they're doing that, Andy is in the freaking print shop running those Fuse 1 Pluses, like they owe him money. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know what's going to become a problem is freaking storage and inventory. Let's assume there's 1,000 units out there and they're all 8 tools, just for easy math. That is 8,000 3D printed parts.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah. That is a lot.
Yep.
Like it's not a company killing number. And it probably won't even eventually hurt the bottom line, but it will be a pain for a couple of months while they manufacture that many. Like that's probably like 2 to 3, maybe 4 weeks worth of 24/7 labor to fix that. Like it's not bad. It could be worse. Like they could have gone into mass production and shipped 10,000 units of printers and then it came out. This came out really early on. Which is lucky.
Like if you're gonna have a problem like this, better now than later. You shouldn't have a problem like this, but better now than later.
Yep.
Yeah. And like Luke said, it shouldn't kill the company since they're part of a consortium. This wouldn't kill a company Bondtech size. I think being part of that consortium gives them a little bit more leeway and a little bit more opportunity than it does if you weren't part of it, right? It hurts less because you're part of something bigger than just you. But certainly I feel like that consortium...
Still gonna hurt.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna hurt a ton. But I feel like that consortium might also be part of the problem. Because you now have to answer to somebody else. And that can be complicated when you're not used to that, right? Um, Rob, is it Rob INB 3D? I don't know, man. I think your name is Robin. So Grant Jacob, you're also assuming that the Prusa editions don't have the same issue with the hardened nozzle. Prusa customers of Index are expecting hardened nozzles to handle any abrasive filament.
Oh, no,
Yep.
I'm expecting them to have the same issue.
I'm expecting them to have the same issue because they're coming from the same place. Prusa is not making the nozzles. Those are being made at Bondtech. So
Yep.
I'm expecting every single current production Bondtech nozzle for Index to have this problem. That's what I'm expecting. But I have faith in, like, the thing that set all this off was a support email. Did you see the support email?
No, I haven't.
Okay, there's a big Reddit thread about it, but it's a support email. Who was the person replying to the support ticket? Who do you think replied to the support ticket?
If you're going to say it's C-level, I'm going to be disappointed that their PR team didn't at least tell them not to do it, or their HR team were like, please don't respond directly to the customers.
It was Barton.
Was it Martin? Ah!
Now,
no!
I'm not certain that Bondtech realized this was going to piss off the community.
Martin, I love you, but don't do what I do, which is just send messages without getting someone to double check them. I don't even know what you've said, but I know from my own experience, we have a tendency just to chat shit and realize we've said the wrong thing afterwards. And while we both probably mean it in the best way possible, yeah, there's a reason HR yell at me quite often when I'm like, I'm gonna do a thing, and they're like, please don't do a thing. I'm like, I'm sorry, I've already done it. I have a feeling this might have been that case. Do you want to read out the message if you've got it?
It's long. I can pull it if you want, but it is quite long.
Could you paraphrase it then?
Sure.
Give me the vibes.
Well, I gotta go get it. Where do we think it would be? I don't know. Oh, sweet. Got it. I mean, I'll read it. It is what it is. Hi, name redacted. I completely understand your disappointment, especially if you primarily print abrasive materials. During development of Index nozzles, we evaluated a fully hardened material of 60 HRC steel version. However, during production, we encountered manufacturing challenges that prevented us from machining that material reliably. The cutting tools simply did not withstand the process. Rather than releasing a product with inconsistent quality, we decided to supply the nitro-carburized, version for the time being. The current nozzles are still surface hardened through nitro-carburizing and offer better wear resistance than untreated steel, but they are not intended for prolonged use with highly abrasive filaments. This is also why we removed the hardened wording from the product page to avoid creating incorrect expectations. At this point, I unfortunately cannot give you a reliable time frame for when a fully hardened nozzle will be available. We are actively working on a solution, but we don't want to promise a date until we can manufacture it consistently and to the quality we expect. I understand this is not the answer you were looking for, and I'm sorry we cannot provide a more definite timeline today. Best regards, Martin Bondius, founder. Now, a very professional response.
That's the type of response I would make and immediately get told I should not have made that response in the first place.
Yes, because on Bondtech's website, on Prusa's website, on Bondtech's own, links to their product pages, the URL says hardened, right? The boxes that people have been getting spare Index tools, the stickers say hardened. And, timeline-wise, this is open source weekend, so
it's not a great time.
Prusa's out of office, great time. Right? It's just like, I
can get that message. That was a good message. Dude, I want to say for anyone that's listening and they have their problems,
it's a great message.
That was a well-written message. However, Martin, if you're watching this, I would write the exact same message, and I will
I
get
would
told off
too.
afterwards.
I would write the
I
exact
would get
same
told off
message.
so badly for
Yep.
not understanding the job in the first place.
Mhm.
They didn't want a reasonably written message with the nice, like, smooth corporateness that it is good for regular life. They're looking for ways to hate you, and you've given it to them that there were problems. And while admitting fault, good, and it's a level of honesty that a lot of companies can learn from, admitting there's a problem and not having an immediate solution creates the community to be angry that they didn't get what they wanted.
And it's like, there's no way that you wouldn't expect the community to be a little bit upset about this. And before sending an email like that, I would prepare a press release that lets
Yep.
people know, hey, we screwed up and we're going to make it right. Give us some time. We'll work with you. Because that gets you ahead of the drama. And it's very easy to say, look, they're getting ahead of it. Put your damn pitchforks down. Stop it. And again, Luke is nail on the head hitting it for me here, saying I'm willing to give a pass on Hardened, but the advertising copy was, in quotes, print carbon, glass, and glow-in-the-dark materials without worry.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
glow in the dark? Absolutely not. Not with Rockwell 30.
Well, and you're also not going to do it.
I mean,
with a
even
CHT.
Rockwell 60, it barely will survive. And yeah, I do print glow in the dark on a CHT Volcano with its vanadium tool steel. I will at most get 30 kilos of material out of that nozzle before it is scrap. If it's carbon fiber, I can get 100 kilos in carbon fiber before like a hardened nozzle is scrap. Glow in the dark, absolutely not. It's going to eat through it worse than if it was copper. Like, glow in the dark is half of the material is ruby.
Strontium
It's
illuminate.
unsintered ruby. Like, come on, guys. If you aren't happy to run like nano ruby through your nozzle, it's probably not hard enough. That's what you need for glow in the dark.
I've got my solution. My solution is, let's go with a little abrasive. It is, I get Martin Bondius and Mark, whose last name I will not say on camera because I will butcher it, from Diamondback, on a phone call and say, figure it out. Don't just make them diamond, move on, because you know what won't get damaged? Diamond. Make it PCD.
I'm just going to say now, I've been begging for diamond CHT for years. Because it'll be the perfect nozzle.
I want a CHT insert made of diamond just so I can have it. I don't even want it in a printer. I want it in my hand just so I can have it. But this would be, if there was a press release, if you want like premium market, Diamondback, I'm going to text Mark when we're done with this and see if they're aware and be like, you've got the opportunity here to have the best marketing comeback you could ever have in this world. Get them out of this hole. Dig them out. Right?
Also, please give me some diamond volcano nozzles. Like diamond CHT volcano. I'm begging you, please.
Oh, I was going to say, if you need diamond volcanoes, I have some here. But
I need
not
the flow
CHTs.
rate.
I don't have CHTs.
I need like a diamond CHT insert on a volcano nozzle will increase flow rate so high. You have no idea.
And like, this is one of those challenges where like Diamondback is actually more than capable of handling it because they're such a big company. Diamondback themselves are not very big. US Synthetic is, I think, the largest producer of synthetic diamonds in the world. So like, oh, we need to make 8,000 of these and we need to make them yesterday. Yeah, we can have that to you in like, I don't know, 2 weeks. Great. Problem solved. And then Bondtech solves their problem too. They don't have to deal with this anymore, right? This, to me, is the perfect solution. The perfect solution is get the raw nozzles to Diamondback. Diamondback, or other way around, Diamondback send the diamonds to Bondtech. It's cheaper. Literally, get these two companies in a room, kiss, make it work, and we win. And guess what? You as the maker, you just won. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. But as soon as this is over, I'm texting Mark.
Yep.
I'm
Also,
debating on texting Mark now.
Do that, but I might have a solution for the hardness, because if they're using tool steel, I was just thinking about this while we're talking about diamonds, and I can't believe I forgot about it until now. If they're using tool steel like 4140, they can be laser hardened, because some of the rails that we're using now on one of our C2 prototype like gantries is a laser hardened extrusion. It's tool steel with laser hardening. You could just take the current manufactured tips, laser harden just the tip, and then you don't have to worry about the material that you're making them out of, because you're hardening them after the fact.
I'm just saying, give me some G code.
It might be worth it.
Just give me some G code that really, really heats up the nozzles. Let the machine do it. Let the machine harden it.
No, I can test that for you if you want. I have no safety guardrails on mine.
I feel like, I mean, I know it's possible, but I don't know what you would need to do it, like, and to do it properly. And I don't have a Rockwell
just need an
tester.
oil bath. You just need an oil bath.
I got tons
like,
of that.
Yeah, in theory, you want to heat it up to a certain amount, quench, put it back in, and then heat it up slowly, so then it can cool at certain rates and all that. But that is 2 Google searches away.
So what you're saying is,
it's just 2 Google searches away.
I need a Campbell's soup can full of used motor oil and some custom G code to heat it up, move the bed into place, and then to slowly pull it away while you're. I'm just saying.
That's it.
That would work. Saying.
I mean, like, I'm having fun with mine, and I don't have any safety guardrails because I'm the integrator. And it just makes it quite fun. Like, the stuff you can do with it is impressive and fun. I've already broken several docks, and I'm redesigning the entire surround to give it like a really nice aesthetic. Should I be doing that? No, I should probably be building everything else, but
I just want clear
everything
sides.
needs to happen eventually.
I just want a clear index. I just want to see all the stuff.
I can make that happen. I have PPMA on hand.
Just saying.
I've got the turbo cancer plastic, but it'll be clear forever. It'll look good.
K2 said, glad this wasn't a Creality or Bamboo screw up. We never hear the end of it. You know, the worst part is modern day Creality and Bamboo in general, they don't make these mistakes.
Yeah.
They don't.
They don't make what I would classify as low-level mistakes. Like, yeah, you could say the A1's catching fire is a mistake, but that's not a mistake on this magnitude. This is a subcomponent that's performing probably within spec. And it's just their scale has made it an issue. But making the wrong nozzles does not work. That is a big mistake. That is a big mistake.
It is. And I think they can recover from it. But
yeah, I don't think this is a big issue. And I want anyone to take away from this. This whole nozzle fiasco. I've been on the Reddit for a bit during this stream. And it's very aggressive. It's very heated. It's very keyboard warrior-y. It's not that bad. Like, this isn't company destroying. This isn't your life is ruined because of it. Like, yeah, it's a mistake, and I'm interested to see how they're gonna eat the humble pie. but there's nothing yet that is like they're making a egregious problem. There's nothing egregious about this. It's just an unfortunate experience. And that's it.
Again, I hope we have a teachable moment. Because if we don't have a teachable moment, we're going to make the same damn mistakes again. Making the mistake once, fine. Not getting in front of it, kind of upsetting. I understand that more or less this is someone, and I don't know if Martin was always the person working on this ticket. But I would tell you, like, I'm with Luke on this. I love it when C-Suite actually just emails because it shows that they have a connection to their company. But at the same time, you can't reel in a C-Suite.
You can't do it without oversight. Like, even I know before I do anything like stupidly public, I'm gonna get somebody else to look at it. Like, I have always been the one that if there's a technical problem, I will respond, even if like the other person knows what they're saying and everything. I like to give the same level of I'm in control as Martin did. Because it's nice. It's nice to know that your out of touch executives aren't actually out of touch. But being C-suite does not mean you're infallible. And boy, do I make mistakes. And I say the wrong things all the damn time. And I need my little HR friends and my PR friends to be like, Jacob, if you say that, you're gonna make it harder on us. Like the lawyers keep telling me, but I just ignore them because I pay them not to talk to me.
All right, text message sent.
Hell yeah.
Because you know what? Honestly, they are literally perfect to solve the effing problem. They're literally perfect. It would be expensive, but I feel like if you wanted a great way to prove your capabilities and you wanted a great way to show the community that you give a damn,
it's how you fix it.
It is literally have an expert in wear I'm going to say wear proof. I'm not even going to say wear resistant. I'm going to say wear proof. Materials come in and fix it. Now, I don't know how that impacts induction. I'm too stupid to understand that stuff. So,
I mean, the big thing would be thermal expansion. For something such thin-walled, it'll be thermal expansion. But
it's never been an
that's
issue
just
with
a simulation problem.
Otherwise,
well, when it's a thin wall and it expands, you could lose a bit of like gripping force. But
if it's
again,
if
like,
it is properly held in,
that's an engineering problem. That's not a thing that really needs to be considered because they've already got all the knowledge. They've been doing inserts for years. They know what they're doing.
Yes, swaging. Thank you, Luke. Swaging. Yeah, you could just swage it in there, right? Have little dents in the insert so that when you press everything together, you just like deliberately boop it in there. And look,
because they did have an issue with that in the past, like the first batch of vanadium bimetallic nozzles, they did have an issue where the pinch points were slightly loose. So if you heated it up to a certain temperature, I think it was like, and bear in mind, I'm not a normal user. I heated mine up to 320 degrees on the very first batch, which apparently no one of their customers ever does. And I immediately was doing 45 cubic millimeters per second of flow with the thickest PET-G you've ever experienced, and it just pushed the insert out in a comical fashion.
I've never had
but
that
they fixed
happen.
It almost instantly.
I've never had that happen with a Diamondback. So I want to be clear. Luke said that they might have had some issues with swaging early on. I've beaten the piss out of mine and never had issues. And I have Gen 1s. I don't actually have any of the new Gen 2s. Where the tip is rounded a little bit versus like sharp edges. I have sharp edge ones. And look, I will, if people from Bondtech are watching, hi Nerman, Sorry for this entire episode that's giving you agita, but here we are. Um, I said, look, I'm not sure if you all are still in touch with them, but I can easily facilitate a call if you would like. And that goes for any company that wants to work with another company. I will open whatever doors for you that I can. You might say, well, that's a bit risky knowing what you say, Grant. Well, yeah, it is. But the companies that still
I,
work with us actually give a damn about integrity,
I would say
so
Grant is first and foremost a friend of the community, but of the industry. Like, getting people together, like, even if it was, say, like, Creality and Elegoo, Grant would facilitate that. Because it's a
had
win-win for
contacts,
everyone.
well, like, what's the downside? What is the downside of us making life easier for what is the downside? There is no downside. Like, if Luke wanted to work with Prusa, okay, assume Luke doesn't have any contacts. I assume Luke does, but let's assume he doesn't for the sake of the argument. Why wouldn't I open that door if I believe in Luke? Like, look, I'm not going to open doors for you if I think you're going to scam people, because I'm not that stupid, okay? But companies that we legitimately believe in, I'm happy to open doors for you, because there's no reason that we shouldn't. There's just no reason that we shouldn't. He said, oh, my Prusa collab. Oh, my God. Prusa, Pika, they need the flow. Jesus Christ. Honestly, I would
We need
love
to
to
clip
see.
that.
I'd love to see Pika's
Just you
adapted.
saying Prusa collab. Prusa Pika.
I would love to see that adapted. I think that'd be super cool. And I need to spend a bunch of money with Luke at some point soon. I need to buy.
I'm still struggling to find the time to integrate Tube into the C2, because I need to make a small, like, modification to it to add, like, a blade cutter. And it's just like, so much work. Like, I've just finished the second to last step for the lights out unit, because the connection standard between the lights out unit and the C2 needed to be a semi-flexible, self-aligning, compression resistant with tolerancing CAN connection with PTFE tube pass-through.
So sounds like you've made it offensively complicated, and that's no one's fault but your own.
Yes. But
Perfect.
it's not my fault. It's customer's fault. It's like, the question is, like, what if the customer put the printer on slightly wrong, so it's like off axis slightly, so the tubes don't align perfectly? Well, obviously you need to have an alignment process so the connections can align nicely. And like, oh, what if somebody wants to disconnect them afterwards? They can't be sticking their hands in delicate little areas, so of course it has to be magnetized and it has to be self-align. But then you have like a tilter mount, and then you have a transfer pipe, and then you've got to put the CAN data through. And it's like, okay, what about the startup procedure? Because if the LOP is having its own power supply and the C2 is having its own power supply, you can't be sharing power, because that's bad. And then you could have like power loops and like brownouts quite easily. But if you turn on the LOP first, you're turning on 2 more motherboards before the main control motherboard's on, which means they won't communicate. So the power supply of one of the printers is actually controlled by a signal relay from the C2. So even though it's got power, it doesn't actually turn on the power supplies, because it's isolated, waiting for a command signal from the printer above, which is then sent through the dynamic alignment connection that's on the underneath of the C2. Nightmare. That's been 2 months. Nightmare. But it looks good now. It's got a bit of a spring to it, so it can like self-height itself in case somebody like wedges something in it. It's great. Complex. Stupid. Somebody's probably going to look at it and go, oh, you could have fixed it with this. Like really long pogo pins or something. But
I guess my challenge here is that the community feels duped, and like I think we know these people well enough where I can confidently say that if you feel duped, it's not because you were duped. It's because it just feels that way.
It just feels bad.
I don't, and look, it feels bad even to me where we know these people personally. Okay.
Like, this isn't some form of like Bamboo Lab gotcha, like we're doing
No.
a rug pull and it's
No,
like
no.
strategically planned to screw you over.
Well,
No, this
I
is
don't even
just
know if
a
Bamboo is.
genuine mistake. No, I'm saying like you could imagine Bamboo Lab, if they wanted to do a bait and switch, they would have strategically planned a bait and switch to be perfect.
But like,
If they wanted to do that, they could have. This is not that scenario.
I'm also looking at like the comments on the subreddit. First off, they're assholes. Okay, that subreddit.
Oh my god, they're so
they
angry.
Are so mean. Like, my god, they're mean. But like, you know,
there's a reason I stopped going on the Reddit, and it's because I realized it became elitist in the worst ways possible.
I've got like so many things to say about them, but it's more about like the last week's stuff. But Nomad's Galaxy, aka Anthony, said, "We are looking into this and confirming with Bondtech. Sadly, we probably won't have much more news until early next week, but we do understand the concern." One of the comments. Respectfully, given the tone in this comment section, the number of comments here, and the number of eyes seeing this, you might want to figure out how to have an answer for it faster than that. You are doing irreparable harm to your brand here. First off, it's the weekend, my dude. You ain't getting that. Second off,
I know Reddit is mostly
source.
Americans,
Get
but
off.
guess what? Europe doesn't care about your stupid American working through the weekend attitude. If they're having a weekend and some time off, they're taking their fucking weekend off. They ain't gonna do that shit. Try go France and do that. They'll burn your car down. They'll be rioting if you try to get rid of that.
Wait.
Go fuck yourself. Come on.
France riots?
That's the only thing everyone in Europe knows, is if they change any law so that they have to work slightly harder or it makes it slightly less like protected for them, immediate riots, they're burning cars all the time.
I will say, like, and Robin is saying that that's America's work till you die boomer culture. Like,
it is.
Okay.
It very much is.
Okay. I'm someone who works all the time, right? But I'm doing that because I want a better future for myself. I want to build something where my success is my fault and my fault alone, and my failure.
Camera. What? Camera. No signal.
No signal.
Okay.
Jacob,
okay.
Did your camera die?
It should be on backup power. It's plugged in.
Is it maybe not plugged in, Jacob?
Did the cats unplug it? Okay. It is plugged in, and it's apparently not getting enough power. So I'm gonna unplug that. I'm gonna plug it into the 100-watt port.
Like, I want to be successful, but I want to be successful and bring the entire team with me. If we fail, it's my fault, right? I don't want to be stuck under some corporate overlord that doesn't understand the basics of business, that just does things because, like, I could easily see myself working with Bondtech. Like, moving to Sweden,
like, Bondtech will
working
be a
with
great
Bondtech.
place to work.
They sincerely seem like the type of company that I would want to work with. And there are some departments in Prusa where I can understand that exact same thing. There are some departments in Prusa where I'm good. I'm good. But Prusa's also a much bigger company, right?
I mean, I think you would just love to work in Europe in general because we care about people more.
Get your camera back on.
I'm trying. I've just plugged in a new USB-C cable because I realized even though it's plugged in and it was charging the battery and turned off, it wasn't sending the power signal. So it wasn't actually charging the battery when the camera was on, which is weird because normally it will have a little power symbol next to the battery, meaning it's slaved from a source. And it didn't have that.
I'm just blaming Jacob for everything. It's fine.
No battery power remains. Oh, but there it is. There's the little chargy symbol. So maybe I just
You know
need to
what doesn't
swap
have
the
this problem? My
pack?
Sony camera.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've never had this problem before. I've never had this. Look, editors, when you're editing this, can you just animate some like MS Paint version of myself? And anyone in the chat that's in the Discord, please just make some MS Paint versions of myself so the editors can edit it.
The way that you're dressed, I just need to put a picture of Jeff Goldblum. I need to put a picture of Jeff Goldblum.
Do it now.
No, it's too much work. I'm not doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna try and find a battery pack. I'll be like 20 seconds.
Matt's Makerspace. Today's stream is sponsored by Elgato. I wish. I friggin' wish. This is I know this guy. It's Yuli. I said we had that talk about work in the US and the EU. Even as a freelancer, you are well better protected when you are sick, etc. A broken bone can potentially ruin you. In Europe, not. Yeah, I know. Look, if I could afford to move and, enjoy countrysides of other countries, I would do it. I can't even afford to move in the United States, let alone move anywhere else. T-Board Games says I'm jealous. Jacob's got more chest hair than I do on my head. Well, I mean, T-Board Games, I wouldn't want you to have chest hair on your head, but hey, man, you do you. You do you. I love how this is becoming a hair loss chat. Plus no one wants Americans in 2026. Yeah. Hey, it's on, but it's.
And guess what? This one has the bloody charging symbol. Maybe it was just that battery pack wasn't accepting a charge.
It keep going a little more.
There we go. Is that it?
Nope.
Bit more.
Back to the right a little bit.
Back to the right.
Right. Yes.
Oh.
You pointed left. I need you to go right.
It's mirrored on my side.
Good enough.
Ah, bollocks. I've twisted my knee somehow doing that. Oh, that was the kneecap clicking back in place.
You're also a little high up in the frame, but we'll deal with it. Terrakash Play says, at work, we are about to pull the trigger for a Core 1L on Monday with a possible index upgrade later in the year when they release it. By the state, it is bad idea. No, I mean, the Core 1L.
No, it's a good printer.
The Core 1L is a good printer. If you do put it on a UPS, just be aware it can get a little bitchy. However,
just get a good UPS. It's not a problem.
My hope, okay, is that if you do want index on a Core 1L, which I think a lot of us do, that by the time the integration for that is ready, a lot of these kinks will be worked out. But I don't like that. I don't like that there are kinks to be worked out at all. I can understand.
But I like my kinks, but these are not the right ones.
Amen to that.
Wrong list.
Is this the type of kink shaming that we can do, though?
Yeah, we can kink shame these. This is fine.
It is a company policy that we do not kink shame. But is this the kind of kink shaming that we could do?
Look, I kink shame for kinks in filament, and I depends
unless
on
your
the
kink
machine.
is getting kink shamed, and then that's just a whole divide by zero error. But CJ Claw said, do we recommend Snapmaker U1 or Core 1 Index? There is not enough time for me to determine that. If you are price dependent, the answer is very clear. It's
Snapmaker.
It's Snapmaker. Yes, it's the Snapmaker. If you prefer this idea of having potentially 8 tool heads rather than just 4, if you like, the induction heating, you like the kit builds and all that, great, Prusa. But I would say that if you're looking
It's like
for
Leo Tang says, the U1 is a damn good machine.
dude, the
And
U1,
it is.
it is.
It's well engineered. They've done value engineering correctly where it's not compromised the machine.
It's better than
It's a
it
good
has
machine.
any reason to be for its price. Somebody asked about index on the XL. No, there's no point.
Not worth it.
Because the XL isn't set up for that. The XL has individual like extruders and crap. It doesn't make sense.
Prusa's already showed the direction they're going with the XL, which is third-party extruders, the silicon head, the continuous carbon fiber head. Like, the XL is not going to be an Index Plus version. It's going to be a research or adaptive tool. And that's what they're going for.
Give me a give me an XL size machine with Index. Great.
But it won't be a replacement for the XL. It'll be a different machine for it with a different goal.
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're looking at a completely different machine.
Yep.
I'm not a huge fan of that. But
I can understand why. Like, I'm not a fan of it, but I can understand why. And it's the same reason why I didn't massively announce and delay the C2 to have an Index C2. Because they're different machines with different markets and different goals. Like, for Construct 2, Index doesn't make sense. The flow rate is good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. But customers at industrial scale, they don't care about multicolor. They don't really care about multi-material. They care about support material and one other color. And that informed single head multi-material instead of multi-head multi-material.
Yep.
But for consumers, Index makes a lot more sense. Like big volume Index does make sense. But they're different machines with different classifications. Like industrial, hell, I'm considering putting a 200-degree heated bed in. Not a 120-degree heated bed, but a 200-degree heated bed. Whereas consumers, why the hell do you need 200 degrees on your heated bed? What are you printing? Nothing. You don't need your bed the same temperature as your nozzle. I'm sorry, you don't. But at industrial scale, you might. It's like industrial scale, in the C2, you will get a PDF print report of every print. So you can do like serialized item checking. Do you care if you got a printed out receipt every time you printed something on a consumer machine?
Most people don't.
Hell no.
Yeah.
You don't want that. That's not worth it. But industrial, that can be worth it. So different heads, different tools, different use cases, different markets. Do I think Index is amazing? Hell yeah.
Index is amazing.
Do I think it's a replacement for the Prusa XL? No. Hard no.
Yeah, they're
absolutely not.
They're different machines. They're very, very different machines with different use cases. Do I think that like a bigger snap maker could impact the effectiveness of an XL? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope it does, right? Like honestly, I hope it does.
Competition good.
Competition is amazing for consumers. It's not really good for the businesses, but it's great for consumers. And that's the kind of stuff that matters to you. And like, I think that what we've seen here, again, hopefully is a very, very, very good learning lesson. But if these mistakes are made again, then nothing was learned. And that's my concern here is that these mistakes are going to get made again. And we're going to play the oopsie daisy card, right? Like a delayed Prusa printer. There were people just absolutely losing their collective crap about this and about the delay. And I'm like, oh, first time? Like, come on.
Honestly, this delay hasn't even been that bad.
No.
Like, compared to the XL, where it just felt like it was never going to release.
Like, again, I don't
It's not that
like
bad.
it. I don't like it, right? But in the grand scheme of things that have happened with Prusa, this is not bad. Now it will be curious to see, does Prusa do something about this? Like, do they try to get ahead of it, and what can they do? Like, because, like, if you ask me, Prusa's hands are completely tied on this, and they're kind of they're catching some heat. They're catching some heat, and
I mean, fairly. They no matter how you cut this, Prusa should have done their QC on it. Like, at the end of the day,
yeah.
like, if I shipped a machine where I just trusted the other companies for their word, and it turns out they lied, whose fault is that? Is that theirs for giving me the wrong parts? Or is that mine for not actually checking anything? Like, at which point, imagine customers never found out about the unhardened nozzles. Like, for some reason, nobody used carbon fiber or anything else. At which point would Prusa have said something?
Prusa wouldn't have known either.
But why? Their job is to know. Their job is to test this. How? I don't see a world where Prusa can pretend like they never knew. Because I'm even like the fact that it's so heavily integrated, it's not like they're buying an off-the-shelf part. They must have talked. They must have known. Like, it's not like I bought a load of, like, grade 10.9 steel bolts and it turns out they're grade 9.9.
Yeah, you're not wrong here.
And it was just the wrong thing. Like, this is like a high engineering part. This is the extruder. The heart of the machine. Are you telling me they never tested it with carbon fiber? They never realized they were wearing out after, like, 20 kilos? Or did QC just, like, sign off on it and we're like, yeah, this is fine?
Well,
at which point, I don't blame Bondtech, I blame Prusa.
Think about it,
because their QC should have done something as well.
Prusa's big thing was integration. They needed to work on getting Index to work with Core 1. And that doesn't mean perfectly tuned profiles. It will likely print fiber-filled materials fine for a little bit. And, you know, you can't run 200 hours worth of testing on one material. Prusa has like
yes,
over
very easily.
Okay, Prusa has
it doesn't take 200. It's called accelerated testing. That's its job,
fine.
accelerated testing.
Do
you know how you can do accelerated testing in under 5 hours for a 3D printer?
I don't think Prusa knew.
You can just get foam, literal foam, and put like PLA on the top of it. And you just drag the nozzle across the PLA while the nozzle is cold, and that simulates advanced wear. So every hour of movement is 10 hours of liquid PLA, like hot PLA. You can test with that. Tom Sandladder tested the E3D diamond coating against the others, the EDC coating, by sanding it on a bed with sandpaper to see the hardness level. Like, a company that's designing printers should know how to test printers. I know how to test this, and I don't test others.
I don't disagree. I don't think the testing was that extensive for this product. And let me be clear. If it was, someone's heads need to roll. If testing was that good and testing didn't find it, heads are rolling. Like, if I'm C-suite in this, heads are rolling.
Oh, I'd be bricking it.
Heads are rolling.
I would be bricking it. And I don't know how much of this is the Bondtech never told them. And let's make some fake scenarios.
Like,
Bondtech never told Prusa the problem.
Nozzle,
it's still a Prusa problem because they didn't test it.
But like,
and if Prusa did know, they could have even told Bondtech not to say anything until it became a problem. There's so many different values that could have gone around, but
shouldn't you be able to trust the companies that you're working with? Like, and
no.
It's not to say that Bondtech lied.
Not even once. Never trust companies.
Oh.
Like, we've all played Cyberpunk. We've all watched Cyberpunk Edgerunners. Whenever you've not watched Cyberpunk Edgerunners? Oh my god. Grant,
I've also never
Grant.
played Cyberpunk. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Jacob, my computer has a 1080 Ti in it, okay? It's gonna run at
I
like
played
3
mine on a
frames a second.
1080. I played mine on a 1080. I got 40 FPS. You can play it. It was the best story. Grant, I'm going on a full tangent. You're playing Cyberpunk. You're going to play it. You got 1080 Ti. You can play it better than I could play it. I played it on low to medium
Why am I gonna
settings.
get the
It still
time?
looked gorgeous.
My lawnmower's got the head taken off of it right now. I don't have the time for this.
Then you got to watch the anime. You got to watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
End that stream, play it now. That's what I'm being told.
You have committed treason against the community.
Treason?
Yep.
Don't you think it's a little much?
No. If you watch Cyberpunk, you'll understand why it's so important for any company to watch it, because this is the route the planet is going down, minus the neon lights.
Good sir, that's idiocracy, or at least that's my country.
But yeah, going back on topic though, this is systemic. Like, never trust companies. Cyberpunk told us that, which is why you're going to play it. But I never trusted E3D. I have trust in them to do the right thing and produce a good product, but we check everything. We never trust that they've just shipped the perfect product, because otherwise they wouldn't need a support team. Any company that has a support team, you should do your own checking or your own research. Otherwise, they don't need that side because there's no problems with their products. But there always is. Like, for example, Revo. Revo unscrews itself.
I know.
I've said this from day one. That because at the time, even slices didn't have anti-clockwise printing as an option. I would never use Revo. We made one Revo printer, and I found that problem within a week of printing. I think you've seen that printer. It's the white one called TWO.
Yeah.
The white one.
I've seen it.
That one's only been repaired like 4 months ago. It spent years not being used because, again, like, I don't trust the nozzles. And I did my own independent testing to determine should I trust them or not. And I decided no. And I could have listened to the marketing of it's the perfect quick change. If it gets broken, it's all this. But what they don't tell you is if it bends, extracting it becomes the biggest pain on the planet. I'm not doing that to myself because I'm not going to do that to other people. Also, yeah, Doug fixed the white one. But like, I'm not going to trust a company's claims and then forward those claims to my customers, because that's not why they're buying my products. They could buy them direct from those companies. They buy my products because I've done all my research and I've done my validation and the integration is there, not just slapping two things together. It's ironically, it's why we didn't end up switching to Roto. Like, we did Smurf with a Roto head.
I remember that.
We found problems, too many problems. And when we communicated with them, they didn't really have the correct solutions, which was the aftermarket titanium heat breaks that we use so the nozzles don't bend. They didn't support them. And I'm like, why? The geometry is identical. Oh, well, the reason being is they only use stainless steel now because the feed gears are designed to rub against them. That wasn't anywhere in the marketing. If I trusted their claims that it was compatible with Hermera heat breaks, which my nozzles are, then we wouldn't be able to get any flow rate past 15 cubic millimeters per second because of friction. Don't listen to marketing. Do your own testing. Any company should be doing their own testing. And Prusa should have done their own testing, or they already knew and they stayed silent about it, or there's just a systematic, like, failing of quality control. They need to quality control.
People think that, like, there's some big, like, conspiracy with Prusa. No, they legitimately just sometimes make really dumb mistakes. And I don't have any evidence one way or another on this, but I'm pretty certain they just didn't check this. I'm pretty certain they just
I think that's what happened.
Check this.
I think they just bought a load of things, integrated it, and sent it out, assuming the quality will be good enough. Or their QC team were just like, it's good enough, and sent it out, and they didn't do the thorough level that is required for shipping hundreds of thousands of units around the world if they didn't catch this.
I will say I'm a bit bummed about this because it does mess with what I want to do with this Unimog, this LDO Unimog kit RC truck. Are you aware of this at all?
No, I'm not.
Look up just look up Unimog 3D file.
Unimog 3D.
Yeah, UNIMOG, Unimog 3D file. It should be on like Cults and Thangs or Spun Place. It is a one.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. That looks great.
So I have a kit. We're gonna do it. We're gonna build it. But I wanted to do the chassis out of PCCF and Ultra Glow.
Which is ironic because if you did it on the index printers, it would just destroy them.
Well, the idea was that we would start. It's in my email that we posted to show people about this whole thing with Prusa, that I wanted Index to start this project because I wanted the bottom part of the frame, the part of the frame that looks to the ground, to be edged, like just the whole bottom side of the frame, to be Ultra Glow. But then the rest of it to be cool. PCCF, so that the underglow would actually be glowing.
That would be neat. That would be really neat.
Damn right it would be neat. And no, Mad Cat, that is not it. That is not the one. But yes, it would be super cool. But now I can't do it with Index. Like, I can do it with the XL, but it would be a lot cooler if you could do it with Index, right? I was looking at this as like, okay, this would be a really cool product showcase. You know, this would be a really nice piece of content. Do it all with Index. But okay, we can still do a lot of it with Index, just not all of it. That's okay.
Yeah, and that's fine.
That's okay.
Like, not every tool does everything. Not every tool is a Swiss Army knife. Like, for example, I won't be using Index to print Peak. That's a stupid thing to do. And at the moment, I'd hold off on the glow-in-the-darks on Index.
Well, yeah.
But
if it's
I don't doubt
HRC
it'll fix itself eventually.
You know, it just looks...
I'd be happy to print carbon fiber even on Rockwell 30, because 30's still much better than brass.
Look, man.
Like, yeah, I might be replacing them more often, but if I'm getting 20 kilos, maybe even 10 kilos out of a nozzle with carbon fiber, I don't care, because carbon fiber is expensive, yo. And I'm making more than enough money to replace those nozzles every 10 kilos if I'm doing carbon fiber printing.
I have to agree, but I don't want to.
No, I would rather have a diamond tip and never have to worry about it.
Exactly.
But again, it just comes down to that weird like middle ground of what is acceptable or not. Because again, a lot of people never consider what is the wear rate of nozzles. Like, they assume buying a 0.4 will stay a 0.4 for eternity as long as they don't run carbon fiber.
Give me 0.4-ish. Give me 0.4-ish.
There's a reason print profiles don't use 0.4 in a lot of their 0.4 nozzle profiles. They put 0.42 or 0.44 because it also allows for wear over time to not affect print quality. That is important. And for example, like, I use a lot of Fatus 15% carbon fiber PET, like long strand carbon fiber through my vanadium volcano nozzles. The official documentation, I do believe, was roughly 30 to 40 kilos of long strand carbon fiber you can put through a vanadium tool steel tipped like nozzles, and then you have to swap them. That's just a wear rate. That's a preventative maintenance versus active maintenance. I've been running them 150 plus kilos with no issues, but what I realize is maybe halfway through that nozzle's life, it's no longer a 0.6 nozzle. It's a 0.7 nozzle, or it's a 0.68 nozzle. And then the quality comes back in because the printer knows how to control it again. Like, yes, it might be with Index Rockwell 30, on a 0.4, but maybe after 15 kilos of carbon fiber, congrats, you've got a 0.5 nozzle now. Woo! Great! And then a couple more kilos later, you got a 0.6 nozzle. Like, it doesn't actually make that much difference. And anyone who's used those dirt cheap, like 30 pence brass nozzles from China know, a nozzle's still a nozzle at the end of the day. Like, it is diminishing returns in terms of quality. So, do what you want. Like, I'd still print in it. I think it's a problem, and they need to own up to it, and they need to fix it.
Oh, I'm still going to use it.
I think it is being blown out of proportion. Like, everyone's being like, oh, we can't do any carbon fiber in these nozzles. They're not abrasive at all, like, abrasive resistant at all. And I'm like, you know what? They still are.
Doing any filled material on a CHT, you're asking for trouble. Hardened or not, you're asking for trouble.
Oh, you're not.
No, you're gonna clog.
I haven't had issues.
I think you're gonna. Clog
I haven't had issues.
Nah.
Why? Would you put? Okay, here you go.
I'm using the good 3DX Tech long strand carbon fiber that loves to clog even 0.6s.
I use it all the time. So here you go. Would you have a problem in a regular abrasive resistant nozzle if that nozzle was 1.2 mil orifice, like size? Would you have any clogging issues?
Probably not, no.
Exactly. So CHT isn't the problem. Because CHT, each vein of that blade is 1.2 mil.
Are they really?
Yeah. The surface area is divided by 3, and then you get your radius. You can work it back if you Google it. AI does it all for you, but you can work out the surface area of 1.75, which in reality it's 2 mil. All of the industry uses 2 mil borehole, so it's 2 mil surface area for that diameter. Like, and then if you divide it by 3 and then you minus a little bit, it's roughly 1 to 1.2 mil. Your CHT blades aren't going to get clogged. What happens is the nozzle orifice gets clogged, and that tends to become because of under extrusion caused by improper heating. Because then you get this like material like swell inside the nozzle, and then you get a clog.
That's
Heat up properly, got no issue.
I thought that the internal channels on a CHT were smaller than that.
Nope, they're surprisingly big. So think of it this way: a Bondtech CHT nozzle, the initial borehole to put the CHT insert in is 3 mil. I believe it's 3.4 or 3.5, but it's roughly 3 mil because it's compatible with Ultimaker's filament standard. So the insert outer diameter is quite big. I've had like maybe 4 clogs over 400, 500 kilos of material printing. And that wasn't even from carbon fiber. It was from grain crystal structure from matte PLA. Would build up and carbonize and then clog from that.
Go figure.
But it's never been from the CHT veins. It's always been on the exit orifice, like the tip itself.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
It's always the answer.
Sometimes the problem is just the tip.
I guess. Also, and Thomas O said, I'm not sure if we missed it, but did we realize there was a pinned post from Olaf in the Bondtech Discord about compensation? I did miss it.
Oh.
And he said, okay, we had a good meeting and all founders will be compensated. Official communication will get sent out early next week. So.
Brilliant.
What does that mean? Oh, no.
No, it tells a lot. It does tell a lot. Because remember what I said at the very start, if a manufacturing company can manufacture a replacement, it's cheaper to do that. It means they haven't fixed the problem yet. So to save like public relations, the refund is an easier solution. However, it costs more. They're actually taking the high road and doing it worse for themselves to make the community be made whole again faster. Otherwise, they would delay it by a month, maybe even 2 months, and manufacture a solution because it's cheaper. Making something is always cheaper if you're the manufacturer than it is to give a refund. And if there's compensation, they are taking the gut punch. They're not even shying away from it. They're letting it happen, and they're trying to make it whole faster.
It's going to be a can of Schustroming. That's what it's going to be. Everyone gets a can. No. Look, it sucks. I'm glad that there will be some level of compensation. I hope that it is an option to get the value of the nozzles back, or get a new set of nozzles.
Yep.
I think that's the fairest way to do it. Give people the option. If they want, so let's say there's a non-hardened cost and a hardened cost. Okay, you ordered hardened. We will cut you the difference between them. So let's say it's a $30 a nozzle difference. So if you ordered a 8 tool head, $30 a nozzle, that's incalculable. It's like $240, right?
Yep.
Done. Some people might choose that and say, I don't give a damn. I was never going to print with that stuff anyways. Don't matter to me. I'll take that money, please and thank you. Others might say, no, I want the nozzles. And I'm a no, I want the nozzles guy, because it means I have more nozzles.
I'm a nozzles guy. Like, ignoring the company view, which is making is cheaper than refunding. I'm also a consumer at the end of the day, and I'd rather have more. I want more.
I want more stuff.
Girl,
now,
I want more.
Now, see, you've got this other problem, which is, well, we've kind of lost the trust, right? The trust isn't there anymore. So what do you do?
It's hard to say, because trust isn't something that's lost on an immediate, whoopsie, we did a fucky wucky. It's lost with a systemic...
Right.
They made the mistake. They didn't own up to it. They didn't have a fix, and they said, go screw yourself. And the fact that they're already doing a compensation scheme fixes part 2. Now, trust will be eroded. It will be weakened.
It's gone. Right. The erosion has already happened.
It doesn't mean it's irrecoverable.
Correct.
And
yeah, you can
the
build
things
it back.
that are currently happening is be open about the problem. Talk about it. And from what I've seen, they have talked about the harness is not what they want. Here is the reason. They've opened up, like, I think a Q&A, like some form of, like, if you have advice on how to make this happen, please contact us, which is, again, it's humble.
Great.
It's showing that they're human. And we also don't know the external factors. We don't know if Prusa actually knew about this problem and told them to not say anything, or if it was a Bondtech side and they were scrambling to find a solution and they couldn't find it in time, so they just went, screw it, ship it anyway. We don't really know where the blame lies. And it could even turn around being like, maybe it's the consortium they're part of, force them to use certain suppliers, and the end mills they were given and the inserts for their Swiss lathes were substandard. Like, we don't really know where the blame is.
And I'm not certain they need to tell us. They don't owe that to us.
They don't need to tell us.
They
but
owe
it
a
does
solution. We don't need the reason.
It leaves this level of, I'm not comfortable in just saying my trust is broken, because, again, it doesn't show malice. It just shows humanity. Like, they made a human mistake. They're owning up to it.
We need to see it.
Like, I don't talk to people if they annoy me and then they never apologize. Like, if they do something to slight me and they don't apologize, I'm not going to them to beg for an apology. And it's the same with this. Like, if Bondtech turned around, made the mistake and said, go pound sand, respect gone. But it's not gone. They've owned up to it. They've made a public post.
Yep.
Yes, Martin, you should probably check the PR team before you post anything. But they made a public post. I thought it was quite good. And they're owning up to it. My respect is still there. My trust is still there. I have no issues with it.
Ownership of the issue is important. I would have liked to see an announcement go out to all founders, right? Via Discord, email, their social media, and say, we are aware of the issue with the nozzles not meeting the spec. We will, we are having an all hands on deck meeting. We will update you all with a viable solution early next week. Great. Because now what you're doing is you're getting ahead of it. You're saying, okay, yep, we messed up. It's on us. We're going to fix it. Cool. Rather than if you're not in the Discord, this is just a problem that you found out by being on the internet, and
Yep.
that's it.
And Lord, if you
know.
found out because of Reddit, you've just seen the worst vitriol you can ever see, and it's blown out of proportion.
So I say that's where we need to see improvement first, is on the communication side of things, and understanding all of that. Then we can look toward the solution and use this as a learning opportunity, because if you don't learn from this, the next time this happens, because something like this is going to happen again. It's just math.
I mean,
math
it's
says it will.
Problems happen in manufacturing all the damn time. It's how you own up to it, and what you say about it is how you fix things.
But if Bondtech doesn't fix the community outreach issue, the next time this happens, oh, remember when they did it like this and they didn't tell us, and they're doing it again? The benefit of the doubt that they get right now, because this is the first time this has happened, the benefit of the doubt they get right now erodes, and that eventually cannot be rebuilt, right? You can't.
I'd
just
be
rebuild
interested.
that.
We're probably never going to find out, but I'd be very interested to see, did Prusa know about this problem? Or did Bondtech know and didn't say? Or did Prusa know, didn't say, and let it happen? Or were one of the companies pressuring the other not to do something? Because we're never going to find out. None of these companies will ever willingly say this unless there was like a massive feud made public. But I would be interested to see, like, what testing did Prusa actually do? Because part of like what I view Prusa as is
I can reach out to the director of testing and get like an off the record reply. One, that's not good enough. Cool, but two,
hey, you telling me the director of research isn't cool? You take that back. You take that back.
I mean, Yindrik is cool, to be clear. He's a cool guy. But what does it change?
It does change who pins the blame. Because in my head, Bondtech are the company that does due diligence, and they make high quality products that are well thought out. Prusa's side is they're a bit of a scrappy underdog, but at the same time, they've become this giant through, again, community care and quality of detail. Like, their manuals are immaculate most of the times, and their printers are well thought out with a level of safety and responsibility. So if Bondtech lied and they were just like, didn't tell Prusa, it's not just Bondtech's fault, then it's also Prusa's, because then Prusa didn't do due diligence for the quality I expect from a machine.
Yeah.
Like, if China does accelerated testing on their machines before they ship them, which I know they do sometimes, but they do, Prusa I expect to be doing at least the same as, say, like, one of the 50 bajillion enders that get released every single year. If the company that only releases one machine a year at most can't even do their testing, suddenly I don't feel like their products are as high quality, because they're more slapdash with their testing. And if Bondtech had this problem and they didn't communicate it, then I'm thinking, oh, could this be a pride thing because it's going against what they were saying and like what they wanted? Or is this like an engineering problem that they assumed they would have had fixed by the time it was shipping and then something happened? Is this just like fledgling problems? It could be anything, but clarity would make me feel different things depending on where that clarity came from. And it could be even worse. It could be Prusa knew about the problem, told Bondtech not to say anything, and then they've been pushing support requests back to Bondtech. Oh no, heads will roll on that one. All goodwill goes if they do that.
We will
because
find
that's
out.
like number one big no-no. I doubt it's any of them, but these are all hypotheticals of what could happen versus what you'd feel.
Yeah.
I doubt it's any of
I,
them, and it's probably human error.
oh yeah.
Like there was an
It's
oopsie in the timelines. There was maybe a material process failed. Somebody thought that they could fix it in time. It couldn't get fixed in time.
well, and
Prusa might have had the wrong people testing it, and
I
it just slipped through the cracks. Swiss cheese style.
tested it. I think that
That's not good.
well, with an
Grant,
accelerated
if you were
development,
releasing,
sometimes you have to trust in companies.
here you go, Grant. Last minute job comes in through you. It's a print job.
Yep.
You have no machines available, but you've got a really good friend that you've never had issues with in the past. Do jobs for you on the odd when you run out of machines, but this time it's urgent and you don't have any machines. So you go out to them and you ask them, hey, could you print all these parts? It's a big job, not big in quantity, but big in value. It's important because it's coming from me, so I'm outsourcing it. You're subcontracting for me. Would you let that person ship directly to your customer, or would you get them to ship it to you so you could do one final QC before you shipped it on?
That's fair. Now, to be clear, the FEs were shipped from Bondtech. Mine was shipped from Prusa because Prusa was the one that sent it. But the other FEs were all shipped from Bondtech.
Doesn't make it much better.
Okay.
Because now you're asking for trust in somebody else's processes, and unless you have something in place, like, I wouldn't ship my printers to E3D for them to attach the extruder into the box. I just wouldn't. It doesn't make sense. These aren't assembled printers either. So why?
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns that we would love to know the answers to, but realistically, we know we will never know the answers to. But that's part of the deal. Welcome to business. Sometimes you don't get the answers you want, but as long as they solve the problem, I think all's well that ends well. And assuming everybody actually learns a valuable lesson from this, yes, I agree.
Yeah,
There's
I
some
don't
good
have any
lessons.
doubt that both companies are going to do the right thing in the end. I think there will be a half decent to good press release about what's happened, because that's just who the guys who run the company are. They're good people. That doesn't make them
They are.
infallible, but they're
Yep.
good people who want to do right by the community. And yeah, maybe sometimes there's a bit of a language barrier between Swedish sensibilities and American Reddit dickishry, but like, they want to do the right thing for everyone. They will own up to their mistakes. We've already seen they have. There's a rebuy/rebate program. Like,
Yep.
they're going to do the right thing. I don't doubt it. It's just a shame it happened. And I'm a bit of a dick in this case because I run a factory and I can view their failings as my learnings.
Yeah,
And it's very easy for me to sit here and be like, oh, they should have done QC and all of this, but you never know. If I was put in the same position as one of like their C-suite people, and there was deadlines and problems that I don't know about that I would if I was in that position, I might have done the same decision.
like I look at the printed part issue, dude. That's just something that happens, and as soon as we brought it to the attention of somebody at Prusa, fixed.
Yeah.
And does that retroactively fix the ones that have already shipped? No, it doesn't. Support is aware of it. Support will get you new parts for no cost to you. Yes, it takes time, but if you have another machine, just reprint the parts. Do it in a different color because they're right there. It's a really nice way to have an accent color. Do it there. But like, Prusa could have also communicated that better, because there are people
Yeah.
that might think they're on their own, but they're not. So
It'll be interesting to see how this turns out. I am looking forward to it though. Like, yes, I'm a little bitch when it comes to drama, and I love it. But don't you laugh. She knows I'm a bitch for drama. I'll pull the popcorn out at the first moment if anything's going on around me.
Not me.
But it's also it feels like a learning moment, like seeing like these two big giants learn and grow together. It's gonna give me the big warms as well as I'm eating that popcorn for like, ooh, what's gonna happen next?
Yep. I'm sure this will develop. In theory, we will talk about it this Friday on Print Fix Friday. However, we'll see. We kind of need to see exactly, what their solution looks like. So,
Yeah,
and those that haven't
exactly.
seen this week's Print Fix Friday, it was 255 maybe, checking 253. Go watch it. Watch all the way through, because there's some important stuff about Print Fix Friday toward the end that you might want to know about. I think that's look, we could talk about this all day, but I don't think we're gonna get any
We're
more
starting to
out
retread
of it. Yeah, dude.
because like we're both two autistic boys. We love talking about the same thing in the same way until we feel
Well, like,
satisfied. We never feel satisfied.
I'm doing my best to kind of talk about this, but without like conjecture and finger pointing and that kind of stuff, because like that doesn't help anybody, right? It doesn't get us anywhere. And I'm hoping that this can be solved and have a good learning experience. That's what I think matters the
Yeah,
most.
I have no doubt it'll happen. I'll be interested to see how long it takes for Index and Bondtech in general to develop the hardened nozzles. If it's going to be a collaboration with an external company, like it could be with Runis. I doubt it because they're Chinese.
Do it with Diamondback,
but
baby, and just be done.
it could be with Diamondback. It could be polysilicon crystal like inserts. It could be anything.
Yeah.
I mean, Bondtech have manufacturing capability. I think it's more like a technical problem than a machining problem. So it could be like material sourcing of the like hardening equipment, or it could be some other small thing that ends up being quite a drastic problem that was overlooked. I think it could be that, because like hell, if they really wanted to, they could electro discharge machine the inserts. Like they could make a big single insert and then
Sure.
cut the channels
Yeah.
with an EDC. They could do press form molding, so they could do it from that. I think the problem is probably the thinness of the tube itself. The inserts aren't the problem. It will be something related to the induction side, or the actually no, I think it's just the induction side. I think machining hard materials is a solved problem, but it might not be cost effective. That could be the other one. It could be just too expensive, depending if they're buying pre-hardened material. So they might need to change an internal. Actually, that could be it. If they're buying in like high-grade tool steel, like pre-hardened, and they're trying to machine on that, yeah, that would be difficult. But I was actually just going to say, but Hagnatic in the chat has said hardened material doesn't stay hard after induction cycles. It is a problem.
Yep.
Like it wouldn't surprise me if the inserts, which they were planning to be vanadium steel from the last time I checked, would have just softened over time, and they need to move over to like a ceramic insert or like a ruby insert.
Or
which,
diamond.
Again, it's not a big problem. Don't give me hope, Grant. If they're doing diamond inserts, I'm going to ask them in other things. I need them in my volcano nozzles. I desperately need them.
Well, look, once Diamondback can do it, it rolls out, homie. Just saying.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's my 2 cents on the problem.
I'm sure we will have an updated talk on this
I think we'll be
down
fine.
the road a little bit. But yes, I have faith.
The community are going to be fine.
Yeah. Yep.
And if not, we're going to have another episode on it, and it'll be great.
I mean, there is that too. I have to get another print started. Well, okay, I don't have to get it started. I have to restart it because it's currently
Ooh.
failing behind me on the U1. Hilariously, we were just talking nice things about it, and it's angry.
Hey, every printer fails.
But this gives you a great opportunity because this next subject, which is about your car getting stolen twice, a bunch of your stuff getting stolen, I have no input on because it didn't happen to me.
And here I was hoping to see your reaction to some of the mad stuff that
You'll
went
still
down.
be able to hear me. You're just not gonna see me.
Oh, that's okay then.
Yeah,
As long as you can reply, that's all right.
Well, I might just like bend back down and just be like, "What?" But yeah.
So
what was
the last thing I said publicly? Do you know that?
No, I don't.
Okay, so I'm going to assume everyone in the chat doesn't know what's happened, even though I've posted some of it in the Discord. On the 11th of last month, I was burgled. I was asleep, happy and nice, and I woke up at 8:10 in the morning. I woke up a bit late. Don't murder me. Normally I wake up at 6:30. And I woke up, and on my phone I had a notification saying my business bank card has been used. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. But it's probably just been skimmed. Like, I might have bought something from a dodgy website, or I paid for something on my business card at a trade show and they put a skimmer on it. It happens. You freeze your card, you claim your money back, not an issue. So I open my app and I freeze my card. And the moment I freeze my card, I get a second notification through from a different bank card. This time my Halifax instead of my business card. It's my personal. And it's been used locally at a petrol station.
Oh, that's
and I'm like,
fun.
bollocks. I don't know where my wallet is. I know my cards are being used. I'm gonna go downstairs. So I roll over and I'm like, hey Rosie, do you know where my bag is? Like, I think I might have lost my wallet. And she's like, nah, you left it downstairs. So I went downstairs, went to go get my bag, and I walked down, living room, nothing's out of the ordinary, go into the kitchen where I left my bag, and my bag's not there. And I'm 100% certain I left my bag in front of the washing machine. So I'm kind of bricking it. I'm like, oh god, my bag's not here. Did somebody break in and steal it? But there wasn't anything missing per se. Right. I just couldn't find my bag. So I start looking around. I'm like, I might have left it in the car. So I open the door, go into the driveway, and my car is missing. I'm like, oh no. I can misplace a bag. I can't misplace a car.
Not with that.
I think we've been robbed.
They made a whole movie about it.
Yeah.
Dude, where's my car?
Not good. So I quickly go inside, and I very calmly, because Rosie was just waking up, and I'm like, hey Rosie, you know how I parked my Leaf last night in the driveway? Yeah, it's not there anymore. I think somebody stole my car and my backpack. And I don't know what else, because it's been like 5 minutes and I'm kind of trying not to like immediately set in the panic. So I call the police. I'm like on the phone. I'm like, hey, somebody stole my car. Here's the registration. And then I'm looking around and I realize I can't find my laptop. And I left my laptop in the living room. Nothing else was taken. Now, bear in mind, I'll show you guys my living room. It's not that big. Like, there is a table, and my laptop normally is there.
Look at that bottle of All Clean. Product placement.
Oh, yeah. Bottle of All Clean. Let's go. And, like, I've got a $4,000 computer desk here. I have cameras. I have, like, $5,000 worth of cameras, and they were on the tables. They weren't missing. And as Doug just said, I'm now, oh shit, this is a targeted break-in. They've come for my work laptop. Like, they've broken in, they've stolen my car, my bag, and my laptop. And that was it. Nothing else. So now I'm still on the phone. I'm like, oh god, we need to update this. This is a defense problem now. because I do a load of work for defense companies. Like, I've got contacts at Rheinmetall, I've got contacts at HMGCC. Like, I've done so much stuff on drone warfare and robotics and other things that I can't talk about. But lo and behold, there's a lot of sensitive information on that laptop. Now, thankfully, I'm not an idiot. The moment that laptop is more than 50 meters away from me, it encrypts itself. It's already encrypted, but it BitLockers everything. And it's got a GPS tracker on the inside. So does my car, so does my bag. I'm not an idiot. So I'm not actually worried about the data, but if it's targeted, I'm a bit worried about the data, because it doesn't matter what encryption you've got. If, say, it's being taken to Russia, they're going to find a way in. So now I'm finishing my phone call being like, hey, I need to update this case. It's not just my car. This is a national security issue. They've taken a military encrypted device. Like, even though it's not a military laptop, it's my personal one. For all intents and purposes, it's a military device. And it looks targeted. They've taken nothing else. They haven't taken Rosie's backpack. They didn't take my computer, which was just there. Literally there. Didn't take it. Didn't take my $5,000 of cameras that are on a table. They didn't take cash that was on top of my laptop. They just took the laptop.
Colley's got it. It was Bondtech.
Yeah, 100% Bondtech. So I'm now on the phone. I've finished my phone call with them. I'm like, this is a defense problem. I might have to contact military police just in case. Like, I need to get up the chain of command, because if it is a military targeted attack, more people than just the police need to be called in. But for now, we're going to leave it with local police. Hang up the phone. I'm kind of panicking, and I'm like, shit, we can't even leave the house properly. So I put my gloves on, which I've got like sterile gloves. I'm like, no one touch the bloody door handles. We can't do it, because if they've left fingerprints, we need to get those fingerprints when CSI come. That'll be fine. We can leave through the front door. That's it. 10 minutes later, I'm getting my 6-year-old Percy ready for school, because she doesn't know what's happened. We're keeping her well out of the dark.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a 6-year-old being like, somebody broke into my house and made it not safe. And she was like, oh, Jacob, are we not driving to school today? I'm like, no, my car, I've lost my car. We're gonna, my brother-in-law's gonna take you. Like, you remember Dan? She's like, yeah, we're gonna go with Dan. I'm like, brilliant. I'm trying not to cry because I've lost everything right now, but it's fine. You go to school. So Dan takes Percy to school, and it's fine. And on the way back, he calls me. And he's like, hey, Jacob, is this your car registration? Because I just saw it drive past me. I'm like, yeah, that is my car reg. Follow it. Find where it's going. So he follows it to the other side of this section of Lincoln.
It can't go very far. It's only got like 90 miles of range.
We fixed the battery. It's got 160 now.
Well, damn it, Jacob. This is your fault,
I know, we
obviously.
just paid for the better battery. And yes, the key fob was missing. And all of that. So immediately we get Dan to follow the car, take a photo of it, and he's like, okay, it's parked up at this address. So we've got a log, and I'm forwarding that to the police. And then I'm going to come back, and we're going to go to it. So he drives back. He's got in a lovely Audi, nice little sport car. So we start driving to where the car was last seen. And on the way out of the estate, the car drives past me with 3 different people in it. And they're driving past, and we're like, oh, quickly do a U-turn. I'm now back on the phone with the police, because now we've got eyes on target. I'm like, hey, pass me through to the operator, yada, yada. It's on this address. It's at this house number. It's moving. These are the descriptions of the people. We drive past, and there's like 3 people getting in and out, moving stuff. And we pull into like a little side alley. And it's all going good. Like, I'm on the phone, and they're like, yeah, we're following it. We're following it. I'm like, you are not following this car. There is no one on this street. No one at the end of the street. This street is very visible. There's no one with eyes on this vehicle. You can't be telling me that the police are tracking my car when, by the way, they turned off the GPS tracker to my laptop and my car. So there's no way they could track it. So I'm the only one with eyes on target. And then 5 minutes later, my car rockets past us. Absolute, like, full speed. And
Oh man,
I've got to say,
blistering 75 miles an hour.
I mean, from 0 to 75 in like 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Those Leafs have power. Like, they're not good at high speed, but on an estate and you're in an electric car.
What year is it?
It's a modified 2016. So it's an 80 kilowatt motor, which we've overclocked to 100 kilowatts with a battery upgrade and a CAN bus change. So it can do 0 to 60 in about 4.8 seconds.
You do know
and
that's
0 to 70 drops off.
That's less than, sorry. On average, the 2016 Nissan Leaf did 0 to 60 miles an hour, so 0 to 100 for you, 9.7 to 10.2 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely faster than that. Like, you can
4
put your
seconds,
foot down and you are pegged.
Are you now? That's
like
that's a weird car.
That's a rosy question again. But no, it's not Martin's car where you put it down and you are floating for the entire time.
It is not a Taycan GT. No, it is not that. Yeah,
but it will outpull sport cars because it's electric. Its top speed isn't great.
In the Leaf.
it does max out at like 75 to 80 miles an hour. It can go faster. I have pushed it to 100, but the steering column rattles like no tomorrow once you get past 80.
I've been in cars. Like, hold on. I don't think the Taycan GT does 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, but keep going.
I'm pretty sure it does. It's on the same drivetrain that the Jags use, right?
Okay, it's 2.1 seconds.
There you go. That's told you. But yeah, electric car, surprisingly powerful. I've never really pulled full power in that car. These guys obviously were. And my first thought was, damn, my car is fast. Oh shit, we need to follow my car. So we start following my car. We're struggling to keep up with it. And we're in a just high spec Audi.
Real quick, that has 938 horsepower. Well, the GT, I think it was his was
the
4S.
Leaf's equivalent is 310 roughly.
Horsepower?
Equivalent. It's 80 kilowatts.
That's like
80 kilowatts with no time lag.
Yeah. 80 kilowatts.
Wait, in reality, it's closer to 100 kilowatts because we botched it.
282 horsepower.
Well, that's a lot less than I thought. What's 100 kilowatts then?
It's 746 watts to a horsepower. 134.
134.
The difference is
it could be, as Jimmy says, torque is a lot more interesting than top speed. I mean, it could be that.
That's what I tell him too, okay?
But yeah, that Leaf, absolute bullet. Stops on a dime, shoots off on a dime. The Audi we're in is it's a new 2024 plate, high spec sport car. Could not keep up. Was really struggling to. So we're chasing our car now. We are in officially a high speed chase. we are in a high speed chase, and after about 20 seconds, we start hearing sirens. And the sirens are slowly getting louder, but they're nowhere near us. They're not in the rearview mirrors. They're not in anything. And I'm on the phone to the police, and I'm like, they're turning down this lane. We're following them, yada, yada. We're the only ones that are within visual sight of it. And another, 2 minutes pass. We're rocketing through this. If anyone hasn't seen, English, housing estates, kind of narrow roads, quite busy. You'll be lucky if you could drive 30 miles an hour and be safe, and we're doing 65 to 70 miles an hour, swerving through everything just to try and keep eyes on the electric car. It was fast. Finally, the police catch up, and we're in the rearview mirror, and we can see them. There's a couple of cars chasing, so we let them catch up to us. We indicate to pull over so they can rocket past us to chase after the Leaf that is directly in front of us. Except they don't do that. They pull us over instead. They box us in with 5 cars. because for some reason a black Audi looks very similar to a black Nissan Leaf with a very different license plate. Now, what would you have done, Grant, if you got boxed in by 4 or 5 police cars? Bear in mind, this is a high-speed chase already. What would you do?
Are you asking what I would actually do, or are you asking for the Florida man response?
Both.
I wouldn't run from the cops because I'm not that stupid. The Florida man response is, I have a 24-year-old car. I don't care. Send it, baby. Let's go. I'll find a hole in there.
This is what happened. They boxed us in completely. There was no, you can't push through it. And every American there is going to cringe.
Body cam footage here in the States. You can push through it, okay? You can.
Look, it's not my car. I'm not going to damage like a 30 grand Audi just to chase after my 10 grand Nissan Leaf.
Okay, fair. Fine.
Not worth it.
You put your hands out the window and say, don't shoot. Wait, no, that's here in the States.
That's what you would think. So, like, when we got pulled over, Rosie and Dan were like, fuck's sake, they pulled us over. Can't they do their job? I'm not them. I have a bit more clout because A, this is my car and my stuff, but B, I'm a defense contractor and I have contacts at high levels, including the fact that if you search my name up on the police database, it says do not pull over because I'm normally doing something at very high official levels. So I get out the car and I look at the guy behind who is like getting ready to like pull a taser and all that because I've just got out of a car.
You don't get out of
the
car.
And I yell at him. I yell at him and I go, wrong car, move. Do you think that would work?
No, in the States, that's how they draw a gun.
It worked. He looked at me and just immediately went, and on this thing, and all of them shot off. Unfortunately, in the 20 seconds for this to happen, which did cause my ego to like become even larger than it is, because it's very rare I get to like flex my defense credentials. But it worked because I just took full control of the situation, told them to move on, which they wouldn't do if it was anyone else, because they would have arrested the shit out of us.
Next time, just do it, even when wrong car. Next time Rosie gets pulled over, she just needs to try it, you know?
Yeah, it'll be fine. And they rocket past us. What I didn't realize was the people blocking us in, they weren't the entire force. So 5 unmarked cars, 2 marked cars, and 2 rapid armed response, which is quite rare for the UK to use rapid armed response, I should state, were all following my Nissan Leaf. It was amazing. They all rocketed past, and afterwards we find out, because the police came to my house for the interview, that they didn't just use Lincolnshire Police's force. They used Boston's force and Gainsborough's entire police force. They had about 25 to 30 cars blocking the entire side of the city in so they could physically not escape. And then they were chasing them around because, again, they thought it could be a military problem. Like, if it was spies, they had to assume they were armed. Which explains the look that the driver had. Bear in mind, he's just some, like, white skinhead that's obviously drunk, was driving away at full speed, looking like he's about to brick it, because the entirety of, like Lincolnshire's police force has just randomly appeared on a stolen car. Like, imagine playing GTA in real life, and you're like, I'm gonna go steal a car. 5 stars!
5 stars,
Immediately, right? 5 stars.
You stole from the wrong Air Force base, kid.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
So I drive home. I'm like, I don't need to be involved in a high-speed chase anymore.
God damn it.
Oh my god, it was great.
James Bondtech.
That was too good.
That's James your new nickname, James Bondtech.
Can somebody change that in the Discord for me, please?
I will handle that right now. There's no more important thing that I have to do right now than change your name.
But yeah.
Carry on.
So it doesn't end there. I decide we're going to drive home now because I'm not chasing a crackhead in my car. Obviously, the car's been handed off to someone because when Dan saw the car initially, it was like a middle-aged, like, dark-skinned person. And these people were the whitest crackheads you've ever seen. So obviously they've handed off the car. We go home and I'm tracking what I can track with the GPS trackers. Now, for anyone who is watching this thinking, oh, yeah, Jacob's got all this cool stuff, I'm going to break into his house and steal it. That'll be a stupid idea because I have so many GPS trackers hidden in everything. You are being... I have a dice box that has a GPS tracker in it. All my cameras, GPS trackers inside them.
I mean...
So...
yeah, whatever.
I'm tracking what I can. I was tracking my car keys because for some reason they don't ever consider car keys could have a GPS tracker on them. They did turn off the GPS tracker to the car and my laptop, which my laptop's the big one. I want my laptop back. It has all my work on it, but most importantly, it has my development notes that I haven't uploaded. Like all of my meeting notes, like a couple episodes of the Making Awesome podcast.
Yeah.
My notes when I went to some HMGCC or even like DASA projects are on there, like handwritten notes that I'm not uploading because they weren't finalized. They were on my laptop. But I had my GPS tracker on my keys and in my backpack. All is good. I can track them. So I tracked them to 4 different houses. They were there for several hours. I'm on the phone to the police again, being like, hey, we've got a positive location. The risk assessment is currently low. Doesn't look like there's anyone there. Yada, yada. It's stable. GPS is active. Can you go get it? No, they did not get them. They couldn't be bothered. And then hours pass. Locations change. I'm keeping track of all of them. 6 different locations now. The bag has stopped moving for about 4 hours. So I have to like yell at literally some cops that came to interview us, being like, after this, you are going to this location and you're looking for the backpack because that has the highest chance of having the laptop in it. Go find the backpack, find the laptop. Eventually, they went to find the bag. The bag was abandoned between buildings, behind a high-rise, nothing in it. They didn't find the GPS tracker, but the bag was emptied, which means my LTT limited edition knock to a screwdriver, which was by far the best screwdriver I've ever had, gone. The backpack itself, which is an LTT backpack. Again, this is where I said at the start of the stream, I've got to give a massive like congratulations to the team who designed that. The GPS like little pocket for the AirTags, amazing. Nobody found it. Nobody found it. They did find the passport holder in the back, which I'm surprised by, but they didn't find the GPS tracker, which has given us a lot of like useful information. But like there was nothing in it. None of the LTT stuff I've got. The backpack was basically destroyed, and it's been destroyed further by CSI because they have to rip it apart to see if there's anything in it. So I've lost my lovely LTT backpack that I saved months for.
R.I.P. to the $300 backpack.
I know. It was such a good backpack.
And
I'm annoyed I don't even have my knock. I know. I could have afforded one. I can't anymore because I've had to spend so much. This is in the later part of how much it's cost me to be burgled, which is insane. We've been punished so many times for being burgled. But yeah, the notebooks from China, your dice bag that you got me when you went to Prague, stolen. Gone. Biggest sad. Which is really funny though, because what I put in that dice bag was my lovingly referred to piss dice, which are the ugliest looking dice you have ever seen in your life. And they're also the most expensive. They're like 500 quid for a single set of dice, where it's just transparent resin and gold flake. But because I was given them at Farnborough Air Show, somebody flew in on their private jet to deliver them to me. They're like these super premium rich person dice. They looked shit. But I loved them because somebody flew in a private jet to deliver me some dice, and they were awful, and they're so expensive. Brilliant. And what made it funny was because they stole those dice and the value of the laptop and everything, it pushed it from burglary to grand larceny. So they screwed themselves even further because they stole some D&D nerds' dice. Brilliant. Comedy gold.
So there are multiple people saying that you should send this story to Linus Tech Tips.
Should I? I could do that.
I mean, it's a pretty cool story, especially talking about how the AirTag pocket did its job. And
Yeah,
like,
that AirTag pocket has let me track the location of everything to the point where we almost recovered everything. Just because of that.
So we probably started like 10 minutes ago. So can someone like tag me for like 2 hours 45? What we can do is we can kind of cut the section out and give it to Jacob, and if he wants to send out emails, he can send out emails.
That would be really helpful.
Yeah. Anyways.
But yeah, so we've tracked all this stuff. We get the bag back. It's immediately impounded by CSI as evidence, but there's nothing in it. They haven't found my keys yet. They haven't even been to the GPS tracker on the keyring, which is in a building where there's a known drug den. You should just be able to go and get it. The doors are unlocked. It's there.
As a Floridian, you don't need police. I'm just saying. You don't need police.
We're tracking everything. I'm on the phone to the insurance company being like, hey, my car's stolen. Can we do this process? I'm talking to my banks being like, hey, my bank cards have been stolen. Can I get any information of like where transactions made place? So they sent me all of the locations, and thankfully, the absolute Morgellian idiots that they are, used my business black card to try and buy fuel at a petrol station, not realizing a business black card has a GPS tracker inside and gives an exact time, date, and location of where the card was used, so it doesn't have to rely on the seller's ID to find the location. So we found several people through that, and we were like on the phone for the rest of the day constantly, like between police interviews, CSI coming over because again they stole a car, so they're doing their interviews and they're taking their photos and trying to dust for prints, which they do absolutely nothing because Lincolnshire police are kind of useless. They had their fun with the car chase and then they kind of let everything drop, and then the day ends.
You need Arkansas State
which
Police
we wished
on this. Asp don't mess
damn
around.
right. Damn right. But no, so like we're ending the day now, and I look at Rosie, be like, you know, the last time we had a bad life-changing event happen, which was when my car got T-boned, we were outside of Domino's. So why don't we buy a Domino's? Because I've lost a car. It's kind of the same thing. We'll buy a Domino's. So we buy a Domino's. Domino's shows up, and this is where my life became worse. Because the Domino's shows up, smells great. I go to get some Pepsi out of the garden. I just bought 40 cans of Pepsi, so I don't have to restock in a while. And they've been fucking stolen! They took 40 cans of Pepsi!
I was expecting the delivery driver to be driving the Leaf.
No, not that lucky.
They stole the Pepsi.
They stole the Pepsi.
Well, that's just mean.
So we had no drinks. So we're like, why? This is insult to injury. So we come back in and we drink water like regular people. Ugh.
Hey, high quality H2O, baby.
And then we're like, let's go play some like Fortnite together. Like, let's just put it on the big screen. We've got the Xbox. We'll get the controllers. Nope, they stole the Xbox controllers.
But they left the Xbox.
They left the Xbox.
Look, man,
they left Rosie's Xbox controllers, and they stole all 3 of mine.
They probably had friends that, you know, that were coming over, and they didn't have enough controllers. Like, you know, come on. Cut them some slack.
It gets better, though. It gets better. We end the day. We're like, okay, I'm going to defrost the chicken in the freezer. Just some, like, chicken thighs that we had in a plastic bag from, like, leftovers. Going to defrost them so we can make dinner tomorrow so we don't have to buy anything. I go into the kitchen. I open the freezer. They've touched nothing in the kitchen at all. Except the chicken in the bag. None of the other sealed food. Just the open chicken in just like a plastic bag. They took the chicken.
They took the chicken.
So now I'm starting to think like it's not a targeted attack. And
they
it's
didn't
just
steal your woman, though. I mean, that's a plus.
No, that is a plus. But it's just like this constant like barrage of shit. We've been broken into all of this. No, they didn't.
No, didn't.
But they did. They didn't even take the car charger but they did destroy it in the process of trying to figure out how to unplug it.
Oh God.
It's a button. They just, again, idiots. So it was started with this, they stole my bag and my laptop and there was nothing else they took, to, wait, they stole drinks, they stole chicken, they stole controllers, but they didn't steal anything of value. They didn't steal the cameras, they didn't steal the computers, they stole a laptop, and that's it. So day ends. Cue day 2. I get a phone call from the police. The police have arrested 4 people. Brilliant. They have released 4 people. Why? Because apparently they could just say they didn't know the car was stolen. Somebody just gave them the keys so they could get out of it. Good job, guys. Even though we have photos of them running away from the police knowing it's stolen, and they collected kilos of drugs out of the boot.
I'm not saying that cops in America are good, but they're not that bad. Okay.
Oh no, the incompetence was really high on this.
And I think it was Gigantic that said rack shotgun, so I got my keys back.
Yeah,
because that's how I would solve problems. Okay, me and Mossberg 500 over here, or one of the larger Magnum shotguns sitting in the safe, would be going to solve these problems. But at the same time, no one wants to steal a 24-year-old Honda. Okay.
No, nobody wants to steal a 10-year-old Nissan Leaf. So up to then, I'm like, maybe they took the Leaf to like make the police trail go off, and the real tiger was the laptop. But we finally figured out what happened, because on day 2, we come downstairs, we're like really shaken. We gave Percy to our relatives so she doesn't have to be surrounded by the constant police barrage of our house is basically a crime scene now, so there is no privacy. And Rosie goes to get a drink of water from one of our water bottles, because we don't drink tap water here. We're bougie. Bottles. They didn't steal the water bottles, they did worse. She opens the water bottle, takes a swig, it reeks of Strongbow cider. So they drank from the water bottle, and then Rosie drank it. And the police up to now have been like, oh, it's probably just like crack addicts trying to take like a quick steal. So Rosie, the first thing she does is vomit everywhere, going like, I just drank like meth water. Hilarious. I'm shitting myself laughing, but that was disgusting. And then again, the entire day was just looking on my device trackers, going like, yep, laptop's still turned off, nothing's there. So I eventually, on that day, I send out the GPS kill order on the laptop. So the moment they open the screen of the laptop, it's not just going to tell me where it is, it's going to destroy the hard drives, it will override the battery, and it will infect a lot of like local devices with ideas, so we can find like path tracing, so we can see who's been where and what. But no, what it looks like is they've ended up destroying the laptop. We've realized, because they still haven't turned it on. The kill order didn't go through. They probably took the damn
RAM out of it.
Maybe. And nobody's tried to sell it. So they didn't sell it. They probably like realized they burgled the wrong house and were like, we're just going to destroy the evidence instead. But yeah, so day 2, tracking the stuff. We notice my keys are moving still. We've got the backpack back. We got the car back. The police finally found the car on that day. They said it was scuffed in the high-speed chase where the guy ran someone over, and then they had to like pin him in with like a double pit maneuver. So the car took some damage, but we don't know how much. And that was it. So I'm on the phone again to the insurance company, be like, we've recovered the car. No, you can't have it yet. The police are doing an investigation. Here's the crime reference number, yada yada. 7 hours of talking to the bloody insurance company for them to realize it's not stolen anymore. I just don't have it yet.
Imagine if you had to do this for your medical insurance too.
Oh my god, I'd rather just die. But yeah, so I've been tracking my car keys. Day ends, day 3 starts. During this time, my caseworker goes on bloody holiday. So they don't do anything for the next 4 days. No investigations, no tracking the leads, no going for my car keys that are still actively GPS tracking.
This man giving American shit for never taking days off. See, this wouldn't have happened in America.
No, but normally you transfer caseworkers. You'd be like, oh, I'm going on holiday for 4 days. I'm going to give it someone else to continue the investigation. You know, like, find the live GPS tracker that is still driving around Lincolnshire. Like, we've got direct location tracking of it.
I'm over here like, I'm getting a baseball bat and I'm solving this problem myself.
So, the police have warned me. Don't go after it. Don't go after it. These guys are
they tell you that
almost definitely armed and dangerous. And of the people we've arrested so far, they're quite far right, like extremist type people.
I want them to be armed and dangerous, so when I do things, I'm justified.
So Mum calls the police because she's getting pissed off they haven't gone for the keys yet. And she's talking to them and they're like, no, we advise you not to. And I heard the word advise, which means it's not illegal to go after them in this investigation. It's just advised not to.
Correct.
And Mum's like, Jacob, don't you dare. Don't you dare do this. I'm like, Mum, I promise I'm not going to go after the car keys as I'm putting on my star-proof vest and I'm putting on my star-proof leggings.
Oh, we're Mad Maxing this, man. I'm open carrying. I'm getting all the guns.
Well, we don't have that in the UK. If I do that, I get arrested because even though, like, I have things and I have contacts that have things and I can make people disappear, if I did that, I'm going to jail.
I might even pick
I'm not a billionaire yet.
Pick up a chewing tobacco habit during this process just to be cooler.
But yeah, so I'm now in my sword fighting gambeson, which I know is stab proof because I paid way too much money for it and it's been hit several times with sharp swords.
This is your purple and white one, right?
It is.
I'm imagining you in purple and white, like, I'm gonna go mess these guys up.
Yep, very much. So I'm borrowing Dan's shitbox car at the moment, which is like a Vauxhall that has the clutch existence of a dead pigeon. It doesn't have a clutch. Like, it's so soft you could pray and probably move faster. It's 0 to 60 is measured in minutes instead of seconds. But I'm borrowing his car and I'm driving down fully kitted up with like a plaster on underneath, so if a knife or a foil gets under, it's being stopped by something hard. I've got my stab proofs on and I look amazing because this is my sword fighting drip getup where it's all white, purple arm, everything. Because what we realized was the GPS tracker of the keys went dark 30 minutes before I set off. And it went dark directly outside a crack den in the center of the city. So I put my body cam on, which is my mobile phone, and I'm like strapped it to me. And I'm on call to Rosie, so at least I have a witness in case something happens. And I start driving into town, and I pull up outside this crack den, and I get out, because my goal is the GPS trackers also have a Bluetooth component. They can be reactivated and located with Bluetooth only. So if I can get close enough, I can turn back on the Bluetooth transmitter, and I can get a direct line, and if it's live, and I can like be within a couple meters, I can actually call in military police to come in, and they don't care about warrants. They will just go in and get stuff. Brilliant. Great plan, Jacob. Mum's bricking it because she finally realizes what I'm doing, so she's on Do Not Disturb. And I'm on the phone to Rosie, and I'm walking about the bloody high street of Lincoln in a stab-proof vest, waiting for my Bluetooth thing, and I'm just walking around with my Bluetooth antenna across from a bloody crack den, and it doesn't turn on. And I'm like, maybe I'm too far away. Like, the Bluetooth antenna, these are old buildings, they're solid stone. Maybe I have to go up them. And one of the dens has a fire escape ladder on the outside.
Oh no.
So I'm like, is this a bad idea? Is this breaking and entering? So I'm climbing a bloody fire escape ladder in a stab-proof white vest with purple accents, going up, and I'm like poking this Bluetooth antenna through the barbed, like boarded up windows. And I'm there for hours. I even get like, I socially engineer my way into the building opposite, which is like student flats, which apparently they're never allowed to let anyone in unless you're a student with ID. And I'm like, let me in. So they let me in. So I'm going through all the student flats to see if it was like a reflected GPS signal. Because what we realized was the GPS was being a bit jammy in that area. Like, if I was on one side of the road, it would flip to the other side. So I'm like, maybe it's reflecting weirdly, or maybe there's a jammer. Who knows? It's a crack den. I don't know what goes on in there. So I basically gain access to a student accommodation. Shouldn't have got that, but did it anyway. Couldn't find it. The GPS tracker did not turn on. I even went into the back end. So there was an access point between buildings that is normally locked that leads you down into like a maintenance area in the city that's between all the buildings that nobody goes. And I walked into this courtyard and Rosie's on the phone like, Jacob, this is the most stabbable area you've ever been. This is like not just the back end of Lincoln. This is like the people go missing in this area end of Lincoln, which is, again, hilarious. And I just look fabulous as fuck in my white and purple stab-proof vest.
I feel like the people go missing part of Lincoln is like the average, like, somewhat shady street block in America.
I mean, fair, like, I saw how jumpy you were in China when there was any noise at all at night. I'm like, huh? Wow, you've been conditioned.
Head on a swivel, baby.
But yeah, so
like when someone cited that mag dumping at 10:30 last night was a smart move. Man, I'm up. I'm ready.
Idiot.
Adrenaline is pumping. I still don't know who it was. Somebody in a few houses in any direction from me just mag dumped quite a few mags at like 10:30 at night. Like, I'm over here learning Claude, and yeah. We somehow got like, an unk alert. I don't know what that even means.
But yeah, like Jim Prince things, he is right. European street crime does make US street crime look a bit tame because ours is very violent. Like, guns are very fast and you can get heated fast and use them. Nah, you like British street crime, you're gonna end up missing limbs and live. Or like gain like 50 STDs because you got stabbed with something. But yeah, like I'm in the back end of Lincoln and we can't find it. I wait like 4 hours just patrolling outside these fucking crack dens, and like people were like coming out and being like, "What's this guy doing?" Because I look fabulous. I'm in my bloody sword fighting getup. Like, I look great. Like, I'm true aura farming here. Like, nicely padded. Nothing can hurt me, and I give up. Like, I can't find it. I've checked like the sewers. I checked everything. Like, I went down to like basement levels and places, checked for like locked, unlocked doors. Couldn't find it. So I end up driving home, and I'm pissed. I'm pissed I couldn't find it, because if I could find my keys, I can find fingerprints. If I can find fingerprints, I can find the person who did it. That's fine. So the day ends. Next day starts. And we get a positive ID from who's done it. One of our neighbors overheard another neighbor. And this neighbor, she's called Nikki, is the crackhead of the street. She was placed by the council, absolute smackhead. And it has on her record theft for breaking into people around her, and has done it already on this street to fund her drug habit. So we're like, brilliant. We have a witness. They've been talking about it in public, and we've got an audio recording from her neighbor where they can overhear her being yelled at for how stupid it was to break in on the Thursday morning, which is the day it happened.
Oh,
so I'm like, brilliant. We've got them. We've got them. We've got them right now. But guess what? Police didn't do shit. Jacob. Apparently, an audio recording. Yeah, what is it?
We got a.
Do we have $100 donation
from Nisham 21? I just want. Okay. Oh my God, they did it. God. All right, I have to do this now. Son of a bitch. Okay. They did say to get them a price as to what it would cost to have this entire story animated, and they would donate $100, and I said, I'll figure it out. And they donated $100. I thought I gave them an opportunity to not call the bluff. Now I actually have to go through the work. But thank you.
Remember, if you
will...
need artistic reference of what my lovely sword fighting getup does, I will send it to you.
Can we get it with the full Jeff Goldblum hair as well? Is that
Oh,
possible?
100%. 100%. This is a custom, like, tailored sword fighting gambeson and leggings.
I know, I've
like,
seen
custom. Like, quilting and everything. Like, all to my spec. It's great. It's going to look great animated.
Find someone, because it's like Editor Rob is like actually a professional animator, but Editor Rob is very expensive. There's no way we could have him animate this story. He would do an amazing job. He did a lot of the animation for the new Little Mermaid ride at Disney here in Florida. I gotta find a way to do this, because this is... I especially want Jacob in white and purple getup scaling a emergency exit. Like, this is what I want.
I can get a photo of it again. Like,
Yeah,
I can go back to that crack den in that, and we'll get Rosie to take a photo of me climbing a fucking crack den.
I just need to know what the emergency escape looks like. Right? That's...
So it's just a vertical ladder with the European safety rated loops that go around it so you can't fall backwards. It is a boarded up building.
Mewtwo
2 floors
cosplay.
up is a flat surface.
I'm not gonna be able to get this out of my head now. Mewtwo cosplay, basically. Oh no. Oh.
Hell yeah.
Love you, Jacob. I love you so much.
Hell yeah. But yeah, I can get photos for you of the exact location. It was sketch. It was real sketch. And I was climbing that. But yeah, so the day rolls on. We decide the keys are lost forever. They probably destroyed them and threw them into the sewers. All of that.
They donated $1.99.
I can't wait to see an animated version of this.
I gotta figure out who we can bring on to do this. Like, who can do this and not charge me, like... I feel like if we had Rob do this, it would be $5,000 or $6,000.
Oh my god!
I could get another car for you for that much.
Oh my god! Please, please. Bear in mind, I still don't have my car at this point. Yeah, I still don't have my car at this point. In the story and in real life. So days pass on. The police basically go dark. They're not doing an interview. I had to give Dan his car back because it's not my car. I can't borrow it for weeks on end. I already had it a full week, and it was costing me the earth. It was costing me like £120 every 4 days in fuel. It was expensive. But I'm calling the insurance company, and the insurance company won't give me a hire car. Even though I've got hire car coverage on my insurance and I've got courtesy car coverage, the reason they won't give me it is my passport and driving license were stolen. So I can't prove my identity, and they won't accept photo ID. So they give me a measly £400, like, oh, I'm sorry your car got stolen, but we're not going to give you shit payment. And I have to go to a private hire car, costing me £30 a day.
We got another 50.
Oh, hell
David
yeah.
Connor Shover saying, I'm paying money to get this released. Nisham saying, Iranian Lego video would be awesome.
Hell yeah.
I mean, does that mean I could buy Lego and write it off as a business expense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm sorry I keep interrupting the story, but
no, it's fine. I'm loving that people want to see this animated.
Oh god.
But yeah, so back into it. I'm now on a hire car. The insurance company, terrible. They won't give me anything. They've not covered anything. Even though I'm AA Platinum, I'm not getting any hire car. It's coming out of my personal pocket now to have a hire car. £30 a day. And I don't know when I'm going to get my car back. So the next day rolls on. I get my hire car. And finally the police turn around and they say, we've collected your car. It's fine. Your car has a bit of damage, but it's not a write-off. We can't show you any pictures because it's part of the investigation. So I cheated, and then I immediately called the CSI team themselves because I have their direct number, and I talked to the guy who was doing the investigation. And while he couldn't show me anything, he was like, yeah, I'm not supposed to say this, but this isn't recorded. So Yeah, your car's fine. It's just got like bodywork damage, no even crumple zone damage. It'll be fine. I'm like, cool. Do you need any more help? Like, while I've got you on the phone, like, is there anything in the car you're trying to determine is mine or is it theirs? So we just go through stuff for like an hour. There was a load of stuff in the car that wasn't as like multiple kilos worth of like crack cocaine. Just straight that. Just
Hey,
there's a brick.
leave that in there.
I could have used it.
And
it
we
would
could
have
buy
calmed me
another car.
down.
You could buy another car.
Like,
right?
At least let me have it. Let me sell it on the market. Like, brilliant. I could buy a new car for that. But yeah. So, things are going sideways now. And I'm just hemorrhaging money. I don't have a car. I can't get to work properly. I don't have a laptop, so I can't really work. Because most of my like live work was on that laptop. And I don't have my notes. So I have to rebuild everything. So like the last month and a bit, I've been having to rebuild the design for the C2 from what scraps I had other than the raw CAD, because all the development notes were in that notebook. Great. But days continue. Finally, the police, after 2.5 weeks, yes, I like that. But yeah, 2.5 weeks.
29 Swedish crowns, small donation for the Cold Bloom hair animation font.
I need to look majestic. If I'm not like on a chaise long, like Jeff Goldblum, I'm disappointed.
I think we should stop motion animate this with a bunch of dummy 13s with different colors. This is just ridiculous.
This is brilliant.
Oh god.
But yeah, so the police, the detective is finally back on job. It's been a nightmare communicating. Like, they're like, oh, what's this? What's this? I'm like, that's not my lighter. I did not buy those cigarettes. Like, can I just get to the thing? Can I get knowledge of the information? Why did you release 4 people when they were found in the car with stolen items on them? Yada, yada. But finally, they've released the car to us. So on Friday, before we got the car, so the key date is on Friday, she came over in person to pass me my passport back because they found it. They found it in the back of the car. I'm like, brilliant. I have a form of ID now. I need to sign for it. And on Monday, I can get my car back because she needs to submit the paperwork, but I've signed for the release form. I can go to the impound to get my car back. So that was Friday. Saturday, nothing happens. We're just sitting with no information. Police aren't really investigating anything. Fine. Sunday night, we get a letter through the post from the impound where the car is kept, dated on 2 weeks before this, saying if I don't come collect the car on Monday, they're going to crush it into a cube. Because apparently it was released 2 weeks ago, which I know for a fact was not released 2 weeks ago because it was only released on the Friday. But they are saying like, hey, every day it's been there, we're charging you £69 per day with a £330 excess to collect the car. And if you don't collect it tomorrow, we're crushing it into a cube and we're reselling the proceeds of the scrap back to the police.
Well, I mean, that is another Nissan vehicle, so...
I mean, true.
I mean,
but
hey,
again,
at that
this
point,
is my car.
that's on the police.
That's my new battery. Let me have my battery back. Like, why are you trying to crush my car?
This is ridiculous.
Like, you just released it to me, and they backdated the letter, like, to 2 weeks before. Like, great. And yes, Sacred Shipyards reference, that was.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
Crushing it into a cube.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so we rang Bowes Recovery, which is the recovery agency the police sent it to, and they're like, we never backdate our letters. I'm like, are you sure about that? Because the letter says it was written on the 16th, but the postage stamp, which is when you posted it, said the 22nd, and it arrived on second class post surprisingly fast on the 24th. So who's bullshitting me now? So they decide they're not going to crush it into a cube until I come view it that morning. So me and Rosie, we get in our lovely hire car, which is a Ford Puma hybrid. Very nice car, actually. If it wasn't for the fact I have an electric, I would probably have a Ford Puma because it is nimble and it's averages 65 miles to the gallon, and on highway speed 75. Brilliant. Amazing. But yeah, so we go to see the car, and it's not got that much damage. I've already posted pictures in the Discord cargo room. It's only got surface damage. Just a couple of scrapes on both sides and a bit of dinting in like one of the wheel wells, but nothing that is structurally wrong. They drove it there. Like, if it was wrong, they wouldn't drive it to the recovery agency. So we collect some stuff, and we find a £200 perfume set in the back of the boot that apparently they robbed and just left it there. I'm like, oh, cool. Do the police want this? Police said no. I guess it's our perfume now. Brilliant.
You didn't find shit.
Well, we offer to give it back just in case. And they're like, nah, we have nothing for it. There's no evidence we can get from it. It's yours now. I'm like, busted. We get it back. So we got that. And I call the insurance company, and they're like, brilliant. We'll come collect it tomorrow. We've already told Bo's Recovery not to crush the cube. They will go and collect it the next day, so please don't crush it into a cube. It's all fine. 3 weeks later, they still haven't collected the car. So I've been charged £1,600 for the car sitting in bloody Bo's Recovery, racking up a £60 a day fee because they haven't collected the car. 3 weeks later, they finally collect it, and I ring them, and they forward me to a company called Copart. Now,
I know Copart. It's an auction.
Are notorious auction scrappers. Because apparently, even though Copart haven't seen the vehicle, the AA have automatically decided, because it was a theft, even though the police said it wasn't damaged and it's recovered, that they determined it was scrap. It was a scrap car. So they've sent Copart out. Now, Copart finally took the car, and I was on the phone to them being like, hey, here's my details so you can, like, gain access to the car and everything. And they're like, brilliant. By the end of the week, our engineers will review if it's actually repairable or if it's scrap. The day ends. Cue the next day. We get a letter through the post from Copart asking for my V5C, which is the piece of paperwork in the UK that tells if you own your car, which you only give out if they're going to scrap it. So I call Copart back, and I'm like, hey, I've got a V5C request here. Have you reviewed the car? Is it scrap then? And they go, no, we haven't reviewed the car yet. We can't determine if it's scrap. So
it's Schrodinger's
conversation ends. And now it started becoming very obvious what was happening. The insurance have stolen our car now and decided they're going to try and sell it because the insurance company keeps misnaming the car. They keep calling it a Nissan Leaf Ascenta 29 kilowatts.
Great. Let them scrap it.
Let
it go to Copart. Buy it back from Copart.
But it's not. We wouldn't be able to buy it back because on this weird clause for theft-related cars, AA owns the car. So if they auction it, AA gets the payout, not me.
No, it's fine.
So now I'm like, what's going on here?
Yeah. Got it. Yep.
It's now becoming obvious, like, somebody's sucking somebody off under the table because they're getting their money and I'm going to get nothing.
Me. The hell?
So I start asking, like, what's going on? And long story short is they keep misvaluing the car. They keep calling it the wrong car. It's an upgraded car as well. Again, like, it's faster than other Leafs. It's got a bigger battery. It's got a Cambridge, like, communication upgrade. It's basically a brand new car. It's fast. It's good. It's fuel efficient. It's got a huge battery. And Copart finally turn around after all of these phone calls and agree the car is scrap with structural damage worth £9,000.
Oh, pay it out. Take the car. Pay it out. Take the car. Pay.
But they're only willing to pay £4,000.
No, that's not how that works.
No, it's not. It's not how it works because the car isn't worth £4,000. Even on the AA's insurance paperwork,
$9,000
at minimum,
keep
it's
the car.
5.8 grand. At £9,000, keep the car. I can buy a Jaguar bloody I-Pace. I can get a Jag for £9,000.
Don't buy that. Don't buy an I-Pace.
In the UK, they're better than the American ones. They don't have the problem.
They're not supported anymore.
Ah, but it's fine. You can get a 2022 I-Pace for 10 grand.
Stop buying shitty. Look, okay. I know
It's okay. I
we
found an
all
I-Pace for
hate.
5 grand that has a battery fault.
I know that we all hate Teslas, but just if you want an electric car at this point, you don't want to spend a bunch of money, go buy a used Tesla.
Yeah,
Okay.
but they're expensive.
Yeah, but they actually
Like
have
14
support.
grand. I know, but
If
a
you can get 9 grand
Jag
for
is
your
a
car,
Jag.
tell them you'll push the button to crush it. I mean,
Well,
just get
what
rid of it.
what ends up happening is they aren't valuing it at the 9 grand that it's worth. It's a between a 7 and a 10 grand car, that Leaf, with all the upgrades. No.
Cat, what's
But
right,
it's
though,
a 7
an Ioniq 5 is
to
pretty
10
good.
grand car. And they're valuing it at £4,200. And that's when Rosie pipes in being like, Jacob, that's the exact value of the battery. I'm like, oh, that's weird. So they're either not valuing the car with a battery, or they're valuing the battery without the car.
They're valuing battery, not the car.
So we ring them. Oh, we're sorry, Mr. Lord. We do not value cars with their batteries equipped in them. I'm like, what do you mean? It's an electric car. It needs to have its battery for its value. It's like, no, we do not value electric cars based on their battery size.
What kind of BS is that?
Exactly. So this is where Rosie starts piping up, being like, have they taken your fucking battery out of your car? Have they taken the battery out of your car? I bet you they're taking the battery out of the car, and they're valuing it as just the frame of the car, which then they agreed they're only valuing it at the frame of the car. And bearing in mind, they keep getting the battery size of the car wrong for the valuation. They keep calling it a 29 kilowatt when it's a 40 kilowatt battery. So they're doing a 2016 29 kilowatt, which is the old, like, cell polymer style, which are notorious for dying young, versus the 40 kilowatts, which is a 2020 battery, which are lithium ferrous polymer. They're brilliant batteries.
You mean, oh, lithium iron phosphate is what we call it here in the States.
Oh, we call them LIFE, L-I-F-E.
Yeah,
Lithium ferrous.
P04, Life P04. But I've never heard him say lithium ferrous polymer. I've never heard someone say it that way, but I guess LFP does mean lithium ferrous polymer. I'm upset at this now, but carry on.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I know.
So we're getting bricked that they've either swapped the battery for a terrible battery, because they have a couple Leafs in their auction going on at the moment that don't have batteries. And one of them does, and it's a 29 kilowatt battery. So we're getting paranoid now. Like, why are they refusing to give us a value for the car? Why did it take them 4 weeks to evaluate the car? And I should say, Mum's been on the phone to them almost every day, because they kept saying they're going to evaluate the car within 24 hours.
Your mother's been on the phone with them every day?
Mum got pissed at them.
Oh, I'm over here like, oh, that's not good.
Yep, it wasn't, because they kept saying it's an expedited review process, and it still took a week and a half for them to review it when they said it'll be done within 24 hours.
I never want to be on your mother's
every
bad
single
side,
day.
Ever.
No, they got on my mum's bad side to the level where she was like, I'm going to contact solicitors.
Like, I'm
then
not certain,
it gets worse.
Like,
they won't tell us what the damage is.
Latin women can get mad. I think Mediterranean women might actually,
no, Mediterranean women are crazy. Never be on their bad side.
But your mother is
love you, Mum. But no, so when they finally give the value out and they say what's wrong, they don't say what the damage is. They just say it's category S, total loss. The value is 4,200 payable to the client if you agree. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I know the value of that car is higher than that. And why is it category S, which means serious structural damage? There was no structural damage. I checked the battery. I checked under the car. I checked every panel. There was scuff marks. So I ring them. And this is when they fucked up, because they said something they shouldn't have. They said the damage to the vehicle was just bodywork. And then I asked for the engineering report in an email, which they refused to provide.
Smart.
They refused to provide the engineering report for the damage or the valuation of the damage. And when I was on the phone, they accidentally let slip that they've put on their paperwork £9,000 worth of damages for the equivalent of a repaint job. Because apparently the structural damage requires the entire subframe of the car to be replaced.
That's not good.
Not on. Not on. They're lying. Straight up lying. So finally, we call back AA. Like, this level of bullshit is insane. We call back AA, and they're like, oh, well, it's not up to us, it's up to Copart and everything. And Mum lets drop the best nuke she could, which was, did you know we've actually gone to see the car in person and we've got photos? And there's no structural damage. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. And then they're like, did you also know that Copart aren't valuing the car correctly because they keep getting the name of it wrong, even though your own documents have it correct with the correct battery size? And like, oh, that's a bit weird. So all of a sudden, the car is now no longer marked as scrap category S. It's being sent for repair. But the pain doesn't end there, because I still don't have a replacement car. It's been almost a month and a half, and I'm still on a hire car out of my own pocket, which, thankfully, due to some really good business deals, has only cost me about £800 so far. But still £800 that I don't have. I know. I'm getting little corrections by my devil in my ear. Love you, Rosie. And finally, AA are like, do you want your hire car? What do you mean, do I want my hire car? I've been on a private hire car because you wouldn't release the hire car to me because I don't have a physical driving license because it got stolen. They're like, oh, no, it's fine. We could just use a picture of your driving license and go on the DVLA website to give you your check code. And I'm just there like, you've got to be kidding me. Because I said that the first time when I was on the phone with you, when you refused to give me my hire car, is could I just give you a check code from the DVLA to prove that I have a driving license? And they said no. So I've been on a hire car for a month and a half when I didn't need to be. And then finally, I've got my hire car as of 2 days ago. I returned my other car, so now I'm on the courtesy car only. And I'm going to have that for about another week, at which point they're going to, quote-unquote, trade it out with a shittier version. That is what they said, because once it's in repair, it doesn't have to be to the same level of the replacement vehicle. It just has to be wheels with an engine.
I feel like you're experiencing the American version of insurance, and part of me
it doesn't feel
is
good.
upset about this, but the other part of me feels very validated right now.
Oh my god, like it just seems like the enshittification of insurance companies has been awful, and I'm so far out of pocket now. Like, I got to £38 in my bank account trying to replace everything because, again, they stole my car keys, which means I have to replace the locks on all my doors. I have to replace the factory keys. I have to replace my mum's house keys and anything else that was on it. I ended up having to buy security system because we won't get any like house insurance if we don't have one now because we've had a break-in. It's a council house, so they won't even allow an external camera to be put in, which is insanity. Like, give me at least one external camera so I can see my driveway, at least.
Put a camera inside the house looking outside. That's not an external camera anymore.
I've done that, but I've got to be careful because if too many people look and they report it to the council, apparently in the UK, you're not allowed to have a camera pointing out of your house that could look into other people's houses, meaning you can't point it into the street, which I'm calling bullshit on, but apparently that's the law. But I'm assuming that is supposed to be there for... I don't have, like, a camera that has a super zoom into someone's window. But, again, if somebody comes around to tell me it's not, I'm calling the police on them until I get, like, positive ID that they're coming into my house to change a camera.
They're there to steal your Pepsis, man. They're there to steal your Pepsis.
I mean, if they're here to steal my Pepsi, I'm decking them. They're going to get a curb stomped immediately.
This is why we dumped tea in the harbor, my brother says.
Oh. But yeah, the end goal of this was just, I've hemorrhaged so much money. Like, I've had to pay through the nose for the replacement car. I've had to replace the laptop. I've had to put the security system in. Like, for the first, like, week, me and Rosie were just in shock, which is also why we didn't do the live stream that day. Because we were just like, yeah, we can't. I am not in the headspace to do anything. I didn't go to work for a week, and that's weird for me.
Yeah, we need to get that Pepsi money, man. Why we
Oh,
really
man.
should animate.
Do you know what's more annoying? No, do you know what's more annoying? So somebody's gonna have to edit this into the timeline of when things happen. So after they stole the Pepsi, I walked down the high street, like just the side of the street that I live on, and we found the bloody Pepsi outside the crack den.
Oh. Huh.
So there's a crack den across the street of us where this woman Nikki lived. She has been evicted from the street, finally. Apparently, a possible theft being linked to her is enough for the council to say, yeah, maybe you should leave. Because it's 100% you, but we can't prove it because that's a police job, but we know it's you because everybody on the street saw you do it and the police are doing nothing. So we put pressure on the council and the council got rid of her. But they found the Pepsi outside their house.
They recovered
on their drive. And do you know what the police said? We can't actually use that as evidence or use it as reasonable suspicion to look in the property for your laptop because anyone could have put it there. It's a crack den with a known like serial burglar inside.
The crack
what
addicts,
are you talking about?
The crack addicts really know to move evidence to somebody else's property and make it look like it's somebody else's fault.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, Karen. Yeah, we're gonna believe that. Yeah, and as actually Karen says, didn't even drink it. Yeah, I'm over here like, you know what? This is time for some street justice, homie. I'm getting a Louisville Slugger and I'm showing them how we handle business.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, after all of this went down and our neighbors found out we were burgled, I cannot prove nor deny what has happened. But Nikki's house had all of her windows smashed in with bricks.
Nope, and nobody.
Nobody mentioned that to the police at all.
I'm going to call your mother. I'm going to get your address, and I'm going to Uber Eats you some Pepsi. I don't even drink soda.
Oh, but yeah, that
why
that
did you have
has been a
GPS on
nightmare.
your Pepsi? There's
You're right.
Somebody biker. I don't know how to say your first part of your name. Why didn't you have GPS on your Pepsi? Asking the real questions.
Yeah, I should have had GPS in the chicken.
Jim Prince thinks
the frozen
$5
chicken
for the Jacob Pepsi fund. Jesus Christ.
But yeah, it's been alright. And then the council, after we've had this burglary, because the police said you can get free locks changed because you've had a burglary. The council will replace it for you because it's a council-owned property for now. And then the council turn around being like, yes, it will be 160 quid to change your locks.
I'll do it myself, thanks.
Really? We're not allowed. It's a council property.
Hey,
if you change it without telling them, you get evicted.
If they don't know about it, ain't no problem.
Well, I mean, I've been doing that now. Like, I've repaired the entire kitchen. I've done the flooring in the living room. I'm not telling the council shit now.
If there's no evidence, there's no crime, baby. Okay, but what?
Exactly.
You guys replace it after the burgle. Look, here's all the like, bro. Come on, street justice. I need Jacob smashing a beer bottle, using it, and then using that to pick a lock. Come on.
But yeah, Nikki's out of her house at the moment, but the moment the council comes to repair the windows... No, I can say Nikki because there's no last name attached. There's no GDPR. I don't know... No, I do know her last name. I've got her crime report.
Thomas Ruger.
Where she has been done 4 times for theft.
Thomas Ruger says, forget the animation. I want a full movie with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. Hot Fuzz Reloaded. No. Hot Pepsi Reloaded or something.
Doug is right. It is Pepsi Max. I'm a Pepsi Max enjoyer.
Max. Well,
I gotta keep the sugar down. Gotta stay like thin-bodied.
Pepsi Max. I don't drink soda.
It's quite good actually. I don't drink full sugar soda anymore because it makes me feel weird. But the Max and like the diet stuff is good.
Hot Fizz. Oh my gosh, we're calling it
Hot Fizz.
Hot Fizz. But it's Simon Pegg, but somehow Simon Pegg is an adult actor in this instance.
Oh my god, yes, absolutely.
Oh no, I have
yeah,
to check
this has been
Discord.
like the worst nightmare I've had. Because it doesn't just feel like we were broken into and like the safety of our house has been like desecrated and all of that. It's also the fact that they stole our fucking Pepsi. That was just insult to injury.
Like, my
And then it was
God,
the
Jeremy.
insurance company, and the insurance company made it feel like our car has been stolen a second time. Like, literally, I will stand by now. I'm looking to the cam. The insurance company stole our car for the second time and tried to steal it.
That's how
They
it
wanted a
feels.
cheap listen Neef, and they would not fix it until my mum had to get involved, and then suddenly things started getting better.
Hey,
And the
your
police
mother
have
knows
been
how to get
useless.
shit done, okay? I've
I've
said
been
that since
told
day
by
one.
our victim support worker that we have like legitimate grounds to put a complaint in with the police, because if somebody's going on a 4-day holiday, we should have had somebody else take charge
Well,
and
hopefully your
like do the
police don't handle
investigation.
complaints the way that our police do, which is they investigate themselves, they find no wrongdoing, and
It will be that. It will be
okay,
that.
well,
The only thing that I can do is, because I've got the defense credentials, I can push it through military police as a systematic failing, at which point they will just tell people off. But it won't fix anything. It won't find the laptop. It won't find my LTT bag or my screwdriver or any of my other stuff. I'm glad, because I had such a lovely, like, Noctua edition one that is sold out at the moment. I loved it. That was the one I took to China with me.
I think Stagsman puts it right. I think the chicken theft was the tipping point. The Pepsi Max gives you, in my Florida man opinion, which might as well be law when it comes to, you know, let's go with street justice, to just go do whatever vigilante stuff you need, okay? I live in the city where somebody was shot and killed over throwing popcorn at somebody else for texting in a movie theater, okay? Like,
I mean, fair.
and
Don't
to be
text in a movie
clear,
theater.
the person who shot was a retired cop, got got a slap on the wrist. They got house arrest, but they were allowed to leave their house to go to get groceries, to go to church, and to go to approved social events, which basically means you're not on house arrest.
Yeah.
But, you know, look, I'm all about making sure that, you know, everyone is held to the same standard. Homie, you got the Florida man seal of approval. Go handle yo shit, son.
Like, literally, like, the police were so useless. I put on a stab-proof entire getup and climbed a fire escape into a crack den to find some keys. It's useless, and there is a good ending. Slightly, it's a bittersweet ending. They have arrested 4 people of the 8 people that I tracked personally, because they're useless. And even though we have footage and audio recordings and eyewitness testimonies, the police aren't accepting it. They have to find it themselves. Even though I provided them all of the stuff. One of them is in jail because he's refusing to talk, and the 3 of them are on police bail, which means sweet nothing. Because police bail is, don't return to that street, but we're not going to track you at all, so you can just return to that street. Good job, cops. You're useless.
Sounds like I'm waiting outside that crack den until I see movement, and then they meet the Florida man.
For the first 2 weeks after the break-in, when I was doing like the school run, if anyone even looked at me the wrong way or said like the wrong thing, hinting they knew about this, I'm laying into them.
Now you know what it
They
feels
shouldn't know
like.
about that. They shouldn't know certain things. I'm laying into them.
As you should.
And if I ever see anyone with that notebook, because I know it's the only one of its kind in the entire bloody country, nothing will stop me from getting off of them.
Tarsman's right. NVG's in a suppressed subsonic. He said 556. I'm going 308 because 308's, you know, subsonic by nature. So I'm saying NVG's suppressed 308. We have no problems anymore, son. If anything,
it's all about the 5.7.
Too loud.
Nah, not suppressed.
It's still supersonic. See,
look,
look.
you can get subsonic in there. Hollow points as well. Subsonic hollows. Look great. What do you think the P90 with the suppressors on it's for?
Someone is questioning if 308. Oh, 300 blackout. Excuse me. Yes, I said 308. 300 blackout. Thank you. Yes.
I was going to say, the 308 is by far definitely supersonic.
300 blackout. My bad. My bad. I'm sorry. Hold on. Do I have to get my concealed carry permit and turn it in now?
I'll have you. 5.7 subsonic is not pointless. It is absolutely silent.
Blackout.
It's like 2.2. It's so silent.
But
like 2.2 long rifle suppressed.
I'm not getting.
You might as well be using a 2.2 long rifle.
I'm not getting into ballistics. You need enough plausible deniability at this point. Yeah, I think I have to move now. Oh, I
was half tempted during all of this.
Oh god, I have to.
I was so half tempted to get like a thermal drone and just like check everything. Like get permission for the airspace and just have satellite footage. Oh, bear in mind. Okay, this is the worst thing. So I've gone insanely like autistic on what's happened. I have found a way. I just need to. I'm sending an email to try and get permission to access SpaceX's Starlink like data logs, because if I can get access to them, I can turn it into ground-based radar.
You care a lot about this.
I do. I want to know what happened. I don't like not knowing. And they turned off the laptop's GPS tracker, which is the most annoying thing.
Adventure Printing's got the right idea. 12-gauge slugs, high pressure, Mossberg A1, no need to be subtle. I'm over here going with, since we've actually been to the hotel, we got to get you a Benelli and go full John Wick on their ass. We've been to the hotel that inspired the main, like, oh, what the hell do they call the main hotel in John Wick? But we've been to that hotel. We've been to the Peace Hotel in China. In Shanghai, but yeah, no, I want Jacob as John Wick. They didn't go after the Continental. Thank you. They didn't go after his dog. They went after his LTT screwdriver and his Pepsi.
Oh no, it's my Pepsi, my Pepsi, my screwdriver, my bag, and my car. Like stealing one was bad. Actually, I would say the one that hurts the most is my bloody notebook that we got in China, because that was such a nice notebook.
It was a really nice notebook.
I'm never gonna find another. I've been on like AliExpress to see if there's any. I think I have to get someone back to the floating city to see if they have another, because that's the only way I might find another.
Playing Jacob as John Wick with a Benelli M6. Or, well, it would be Linus, so it'd be badminton. It'd be badminton, so it'd be a Benelli M6 shooting badminton shuttlecocks at people.
Oh no. Sembazaru with the dragon breath rounds, wearing the sword fighting getup. If you're gonna aura farm, go all the way. You are damn right.
He's not wrong. Yeah, no, dragons.
Damn right.
Pretty fun.
And they messed with the man's chicken. Damn
they
right.
Did.
They ruined my meal
and his Pepsi.
And they ruined my drinks.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's the saddest one.
And they swapped.
Rosie just reminded me. I've actually had to like blank this out of my memory because it hurt me so badly. So I got my very first Father's Day gift.
Oh, they didn't like. I thought they like dropped a hot deuce in the toilet or something.
No, I would have been more happy with that. I got my very first Father's Day gift this year. It was a wallet. So I've had my wallet since I was 14. I've never replaced it, and it was falling apart. It was broken. You've seen it. It's that blue one. It's terrible. Rosie bought me for Father's Day a new wallet. It was gorgeous. It was really expensive as well. The next day it was stolen because it was in my bag. So I lost my first Father's Day gift as well. Gutted.
He's Jacob Bond, the
Absolutely
FDM
gutted.
Files. Oh, God. Look, the chat at this point is building the story arc for this. Steal the Pepsi notebook and laptop, but left the all clean. The nerve. It's true. It's true.
Actually, that is true. They left the bottle of all clean. They didn't take that. They had no idea what they had.
Infomercial, but wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. Buy all clean now.
We have a couple of people asking about the notebook. These were handmade notebooks in China. They were at one of the vendors in Wuzhen. It's one of the water cities in China. It's a touristy thing, but we did it on we went out there on one of our free days. I'm sure I've got 360 footage from that we've never posted that we probably should post. Maybe.
Oh, it was such a
I'll
gorgeous.
have
I
to
have so
check.
many photos from that.
Yeah, I do
It
too.
was so pretty.
I have to see if I've got any 360 footage from it.
But yeah, that notebook, for everyone wondering, it was
It was
handmade,
beautiful.
hand pressed paper as well.
Yep.
Like it was all hand everything. It
Yep.
was a leather bound, but not like polished leather. It was raw tanned leather. It had a cat pin, and it was elasticated to close. So it wasn't like just a notebook. The closing mechanism was a bit of elastic, and the pages were all removable because they were in little booklet style. No staples. They were all elasticated in, so you could pull the paper out and put new in.
Yep.
It was honestly the best notebook you can get, because I never use notebooks because I can't replace the paper, and it was gone. That was the worst thing. And I've checked online, I've checked AliExpress, I've even checked like Alibaba and everything. No one does the same. And all the paper, because it was hand pressed, had the maker's mark in it.
Honestly, my brother's right.
Branded.
If there are any listeners near the Woojed market that can get us one as close to that as possible, we'll give you free membership, free t-shirt, limited edition pin. Connect with us to get it. Connect with us to get all that. We will cover all the costs associated with it. YouTube at 3dmusketeers.com. Yeah, totally. Who else? Jacob should leave a Pepsi Max on the scene of every vendetta as his sign.
Damn right.
Rue Lusto said, I once saw him kill 3 men in a bar with an LTT Knock 2 Edition screwdriver. With an effing LTT Knock 2 Edition screwdriver.
Oh.
Yes, it was very much a traveler's notebook. It is beautiful. Honestly, I was looking for one for myself, but I could not find one that had all the features of the one that Jacob had picked out. I said, okay.
I think it was the last one of its kind in the entire shop. It wasn't a big shop. It was obviously like everything was handmade. And it was just the perfect notebook for me. It was so pretty. And it symbolized the entire trip of how pretty everything was and how perfect. And I lost it. I lost it all. Gutted.
Hey, Rosie, can you DM me on Discord? I want to see if I can get something shipped to Jacob. If not, I'll buy it here in the States and ship it to him. But I'm not certain if he'll get the joke, so I want to make sure that he'll get the joke. Because all of us in the States should get the joke, but I don't think Jacob's going to get the joke. So just DM me on Discord, and we'll work it out. Okay, thanks.
She's just smiling. She's just smiling. What is going on?
See, the thing is, I could give you a clue.
Have I been bullied?
I could give you a clue, but any clue that I give you is going to immediately give away what this is.
Yeah, please don't. I'd rather have a surprise.
This
will be great.
If I can't get it in the UK, I will buy it and add it to my things I'm definitely not trafficking across country lines for friends when I travel abroad box, which is mostly stuff for Tomislav's significant other who's big into K-pop, and they ship a bunch of random K-pop stuff to my house.
Did you not hear what Grant said? Oh, you don't know Grant's using it? Go on Discord and you scroll to the top. It's 3D Musketeers and you just tap in, press send message. There you go.
Tarzman, don't give it away. Yes, I know what I just did. Anyways. So this sucks.
But yeah.
I think it's fair to say that the past couple of weeks have been a shitstorm for everybody. Whether it was Bondtech and Prusa, whether it was me with having to make that video, now my lawnmower again. Now Jacob with his car.
My lawnmower broke as well.
Well,
that was another thing.
You don't have 2 acres of grass.
No, but like, again, it was another one of the shit pieces of like cherries on the top of the shit icing. Was the first day that I was feeling up for doing like self-care and doing housework. I take the lawnmower out, I start lawn mowing, Paxson breaks. I have to buy a new one.
Mullet with I didn't know Mullet was in Poland. With the Poland PLN, which I'm fairly certain is Polish I always forget what they call it. It's really weird the way Polish currency is called. But with the 10 PLN saying for the Pepsi fund or the chicken fund. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Yeah.
Yeah. We got a good deal on a petrol lawnmower though. 50 quid. 50 quid for a refurbished petrol.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Zloty. Yes, Polish zloty. I should fix my push mower. But push mowing all this grass? All this grass!
You've got way too much grass to have a push mower.
Oh, it would take forever. It would take forever.
Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it.
Oh, and apparently it means gold. Huh.
Oh,
I
that's
find my
pretty
push
cool.
mowers free on the side of the road. It's a tactical acquisition is what I say. But
yeah, so that's the story.
God.
That's the month and a half of hell where not just was I broken into and I lost all my LTT loveliness, which is one of the first things I bought myself from the money from the business was like a good backpack and a good screwdriver. But I got punished multiple times for even being broken in. The council are making me pay money. The bloody insurance company are making me hemorrhage money. I had to have a hire car to hemorrhage money. To replace all the stuff is hemorrhaging money. And I'm just there like, I have £38 in my bank account and I have to survive 20 more days on it. But it'll be fine.
I feel this pain.
I hope. The joy of living through awful stuff. Yeah. But it'll be fine. I've applied for ESA, which is like a British like employment support fund, where if you don't earn enough money in certain months, they'll just like top you up a bit so you can at least like buy food, because we don't really have food stamps in the UK.
They don't help us like
and when I'm not at a stage where I can take money out of the company, because especially like with All Clean, the best chemical that's ever happened, we're getting shafted left, right, and center because we have 2,000 bottles stuck in port.
Love that.
I can't do any marketing. Like, we've got like a 10 grand like marketing budget for All Clean. I can't do anything about it because we've got 2,000 bottles stuck in port. We have like 40 kits remaining, which is why the website hasn't updated from back order to in stock, because the in stock stuff, which is supposed to last us like 3-4 months, is stuck in a bloody port. Yay.
And as my brother says, robot lawnmower companies, reach out. We will do a hell of a sponsor spot. Grant has acreage. I live on 2 acres. I have the head of my lawnmower pulled off. It's a 2-cylinder. I have one of the heads pulled off because for a long time, I was very certain that my spark plug was stripped and that the actual hole where it goes into was stripped. So I'm like, all right, take it out, rethread it. And I've been filming this whole thing for this 3rd channel that we're not discussing live on air because I haven't locked
Mill and
everything
3D
down
Studio,
yet.
yes. All Clean is available in the US and it's available in Australia. We've just
Who's
shipped the
carrying
last
in the US?
batches. We ship direct at the moment.
Oh, got it.
We're waiting for All Clean Essentials to ask for US distributors because I was going to ask you first.
Okay.
Because the plastic bottles will last easier for transit. Because it's most of the cost is packaging, and we fixed the packaging issue. I can happily announce we fixed the bloody packaging issue. We've had 0 breakages since we added the 0 void fill boxing. Though I'm still fighting with Mum because she keeps double boxing them, and I'm like, you don't need to do that. It just makes the parcels bigger. Please stop doing that.
Spice King says, I'm out of the loop. What's the deal on All Clean and what's the sales pitch? Give it to him.
Yeah, so All Clean is the first industrial class 3D printer bed cleaner. It is a lot less harsh than IPA or any of the other cleaning chemicals because it's actually designed for PEI. So one of the problems with bed cleaners is they either don't clean everything, so like IPA doesn't get rid of 100% of oils and it rarely touches sugars, or you get like soap and water or Windex, where it's so strong and the chemicals in the surfactant bind to the PEI at a chemical level. And over time, it means no matter how clean your bed is, the PEI is fouled and you can't print on it anymore, which is why people like scuff up their beds to show new PEI, but it's only a stopgap solution. So me and Rosie mostly because she's the genius behind trying to make the chemical product off the line, we went to a chemicals factory. We designed a perfect surfactant that doesn't bind to PEI, which means you can spray it on, you can clean it off. It's 2-part cleaner. So it is all clean, which is part 1. And then you have a part 2, which is ready to print. And you spray part 1 on, it cleans the bed. You spray part 2 on, it cleans off the cleaner. And it resets your PEI back to factory standard. And then you can print as if it came straight out of the factory. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm really happy with it. It's very rare that I am proud of what we've done, just because I grew up in an environment where dopamine doesn't come from doing jobs. I'm proud of AllClean. AllClean has made printing like so much easier, like first layers, like it makes ASA stick bed. I'm just proud of it. It's great. But yeah, and the reviews we've had, other than some shipping problems at the start where we were still getting used to packaging, it's been great. What was that, Rosie? Why I asked Grant before I started, which is what? Oh no. That's up to Grant if he wants to talk about what I told him before we started.
Nah, we'll leave it secret for right now. It's
secret for right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta get the Insta360 camera for that entire thing.
Yeah, we have a few of them now.
It's up to you, really. I don't really mind. It'll be funny. Imagine my mother's look of disapproval. Hilarious. But yeah, no. So there we go. That's AllClean. We ship globally. It's certified safe by the NHS. It's very safe to work around. You can technically drink it, but I wouldn't. We do add chemicals to make you feel sick if you do that, because it's still a chemical at the end of the day. It's available on our website. It does say back order. We have about 20 kits remaining, but we have 2,000 stuck in port, and we've got 2 chemical production lines spooled up ready for full production. It's why we haven't actually made an advert yet, and we haven't done any marketing, is because we're waiting for those 2,000 to kick in, because when we kick it in, we're going to go on Amazon, we're going to do everything, but at the moment, it's just through our website. But yeah. That's AllClean.
And I think that's the show, unless there's anything else you want to talk about.
I think that's everything. Like, the depression from talking about the break-in kicks in. I think that's great. I hope you guys had fun. Like, I have actually really enjoyed talking about the break-in, because it's very rare you get to dramatize something without actually adding any drama, because it's already insane enough as it is. If you told me last month I'm going to be involved in a high-speed, like, car chase, and then climbing a fire escape ladder with a stab-proof vest on into a crack den, I would have assumed you yourself were on crack. But no, that's been my life.
Well,
it's been interesting.
We're going to head out of here. Steve is at Open Sauce, so there's no Steve stream today. If you are a member of our Discord server, which is available at the $10 tier and higher across all the various platforms, I will at least be there hanging out for a little bit. But I don't know if Jacob will be, but we'll be there doing a bit of a hangout as soon as the show is over. Thank you all for watching. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. Don't forget to lock your stuff.
Yeah, lock your back doors,
and
people.
Hide your Pepsi Maxes and your chicken. And as always, keep making awesome.
Stay safe, everyone.
Take care.